ओके सर।
ध्यान से निकलना, ध्यान से बेटा, वायर का ध्यान रखना। इसमें नहीं जाना है, झूम के आना, मजे लेके जाना है। स्माइल फेस के जाना है।
Hello, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
ब्लास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा ना सर? दीपक सर, ब्लास्ट नहीं हो रहा ना? बोल दिया मैंने। 30 सेकंड, आफ्टर 30 सेकंड।
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
I request all the participants to be seated on the left side, including the winners of the yesterday's competition.
I request all the participant teams to please be seated on the left side.
Hello.
मैम 1 सेकेंड, मैं कर रही हूँ। सर ये ऑन कैसे होगा दिस माइक? Good morning everyone. I request all the participant teams to please move to the left side, the teams who are participating today. Also, I request everyone to please clear the aisle as we have already begun with the live stream.
Hello everyone. Good morning everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We request your attention, please. Here are some set of instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed to a larger audience.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event.
We also request you to please put your phones on silent mode.
We seek your kind cooperation for a successful event. Thank you.
I request your attention, please. Here are some set of instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed to a larger audience.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event.
We also request you to please put your phones on silent mode.
We seek your kind cooperation for a successful event. Thank you.
We request your attention, please. Here are some set of instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed to a larger audience.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event.
We also request you to please put your phones on silent mode.
We seek your kind cooperation for a successful event. Thank you.
Silent mode. The audience to please cooperate and restrict movements.
We request your attention please. The judges have arrived and we would like to repeat the set of instructions. We also like to request you that please put your phones on silent mode. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed to a larger audience.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event. We seek your kind cooperation for a successful event. Thank you.
Check, check, check. Good morning. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Yes, okay.
Check, check,
Check.
Ma'am, it's working.
check, check. Good morning. Check, check. Works. Yes, ma'am. Check, check. Morning. Ma'am. Good morning. Check, check. Yes, ma'am. Works.
Good morning, everyone. We request your kind attention, please. Here are some set of instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition. We also request you to please put your phones on silent mode. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed to a larger audience.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event. We seek your kind cooperation for a successful event. Thank you.
May we start, sir? In the realm of ideas, differences are not divisive. Rather, they are the very sense of progress. Good morning and a very warm welcome, esteemed guests, respected principal ma'am, teachers and dear students. On this bright and wonderful day, we have all gathered here to witness an event where differences of opinion take the center stage. We welcome you all to the Southwestern Command Inter-APS Debate Competition 2023. Today, we celebrate the power of discourse and intellectual exchange. On behalf of Army Public School Hisar, we extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, Brigadier Amit Sood, Commander 39 Armored Brigade and Chairman APS Hisar. Thank you for gracing us with your august presence, sir.
We extend a warm and hearty welcome to our distinguished guests and judges, Dr. Shami Nagpal, Dr. Nirmal Bura, and Mrs. Manju Mehta. Your presence undoubtedly adds depth to our event, and we are honored to have you with us today.
Without further ado, let's commence this day with the lighting of the lamps, paying homage to Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I invite the guest of honor, Principal Ma'am, Vice Principal Ma'am, distinguished guests and esteemed guests to please come forward and illuminate the lamp, officially inaugurating this remarkable debate competition.
आत्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय ब्रह्मज्योति नमोस्तुते ब्रह्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय गुरुरज्योति नमोस्तुते दीपज्योति परम ज्योति दीपज्योति जनार्दन दीपो हरतु मे पापम् दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते.
As the light of knowledge shines bright, symbolizing the enlightenment we seek today, it is with great anticipation and excitement that we present to you a mesmerizing welcome song. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
the harmonious notes of the welcome songs still resonating, we now transition to the heart of today's event, the debate competition. Now, as we transition from the realm of artistic brilliance to the realm of intellectual rigor, it is an honor to introduce our esteemed panel of judges for the Southwestern Command Inter-APS Debate Competition 2023, who will bring a wealth of expertise and insight to our competition. We are privileged to have amongst us Dr. Shamin Akpal, an esteemed Associate Professor of English at Dayanand College, Hisar. Dr. Nagpal's prolific academic journey spans 3 decades, enriched by her guidance to PhD and MPhil scholars. Her research contributions highlighted by her presentations at national and international conferences, along with her authorship of chapters in scholarly publications. Welcome, ma'am.
We welcome Dr. Nirmal Bura, an Associate Professor of English at Government College, Hisar. With an illustrious teaching career spanning 2 decades, Dr. Bura's expertise has guided countless students. She has many research papers published in reputed journals. Welcome, ma'am. We have Mrs. Manju Mehta, a dynamic figure as the Joint Director of Human Resource Management and Associate Director of Student Welfare at Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar. With an impressive 37 years of experience, Mrs. Mehta's commitment to nurturing young minds and empowering educators deserves a heartfelt applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, respected teachers, and dear participants, with our distinguished panel of judges introduced, we now move forward with the proceedings of the competition.
Before we begin, I kindly request your attention towards some important instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition.
The speaking sequence has been determined by a draw of lots already conducted on 20th of August, including the sequence of interjections.
It is mandatory for every speaker and interjector to speak from the podium using the podium mic.
The speakers advocating the motion will present their views first, followed by an interjection. And subsequently, the speakers against the motion will present the arguments, followed by their interjections.
Each speaker will be allotted 4 to 5 minutes for their presentation, with a cautionary bell ringing at the end of 4 minutes. Any time exceeding the 5-minute limit will result in penalties.
The speaker will be penalized for reading from the script.
Each speaker will face a maximum of 2 interjections, where the interjector from the opposing team will pose questions.
Interjection questions should pertain to the subject matter or viewpoints raised by the speaker.
In case the mandatory quota of 2 interjections is not asked by any interjector, he/she will be penalized for the same.
It is mandatory for each speaker to face 1 interjection for evaluation. If the speaker is not interjected even once, then he/she will be questioned by a judge and shall be evaluated for his or her response.
A maximum of 5 minutes will be allowed for interjections, with marks awarded based on the quality and relevance of the questions and speakers' responses.
In the case of a tie among the scores of 2 teams, for the winning positions, the tie will be broken by discarding the scores of 2 interjectors. Only speakers' scores will then be calculated to decide upon a definite winner.
With the rules in place, now let the competition unfold, and may the ensuing deliberations leave an indelible mark on our minds and hearts.
The first team to take the stage for the motion is Team A. Welcome them with a huge round of applause.
As we are living through the period of profound change, transformation of society and its underlying economic base, the interplay between learning and its role in shaping economies takes a center stage. A very good morning, esteemed jury members, faculty members, and my fellow debaters. Today, I, Speaker A1, stand before you advocating how skill-based learning holds the potential to organize India's metamorphosis into a knowledge economy. Let me put a question at the very outset. How can we think of building a knowledge economy without skill-based learning? Isn't that like attempting to paint a masterpiece without knowing the colors? As in an agricultural economy, land is the key resource. In an industrial economy, natural entities such as coal, iron ore, and human labor are the main resources. Similarly, in a knowledge economy, skill-based learning is its key resource. Against the background of global economy and its unprecedented stress on world-level competitions, mere accrual of knowledge is no longer enough. It is true that the characteristics of economic conditions and global competitiveness is based on the capacity to acquire and manage information, as well as the willingness to permanently assimilate this knowledge. Still, taking into account the dynamics of high performance abilities to use creativity in daily lives and to effectively capitalize it with its impact on economic profitability is significantly a more necessary aspect. Dear heeders, let us comprehend the difference between skill-based learning and knowledge-based learning. Knowledge-based learning involves understanding the concepts, while skill-based learning channelizes the education into a practical form. In an era when currency of knowledge is in never-ending flux, companies demand for skills where people can learn, innovate, and upskill themselves practically. Have you ever envisioned the consequences of totally sidelining skill-based learning? The absence of skill-based learning perpetuates cycles where talents are wasted, dreams are unfulfilled, and economies deprived of the dynamism they so desperately crave for. Skill-based learning in its essence is not merely an alternative now, but a transformative force that directs a state of privileged seclusion from the real world into a center where ideas and opinions are exchanged. Skill-based learning focuses on imparting skills that are directly applicable to the industries. By aligning the education with the practical forms, individuals will be better equipped to meet the demands of job market and hence increasing the employability rates of our own country. I was amazed when I had a glance on the statistics that a country could lose 2.3% of its annual growth by 2028 if skill building is not at par. And hence, after this realization, 69% of the companies are globally focusing on skill building. The huge concern of dropouts should also be taken into consideration. I strongly believe that imparting skills into our individuals would definitely stamp out the root cause of dropouts from the schools at an early age. Skill-based learning enriches critical thinking, empowers problem solving, and equips learners with a holistic toolbox of capabilities. It is an approach that unites pragmatism of skill acquisition with the artistry of comprehensive understanding. Moreover, a knowledge economy is built on the pillars of continuous learning and adaptability. Skills acquired through practicality can be updated more swiftly than that of theoretical knowledge. Trying to be a knowledge economy without skill-based learning is just like trying to write a novel without knowing the alphabets. Once India's population was a huge concern for us, but now the same population can be a huge asset for us if we keep on imparting skills into our individuals. How can we overlook our prominent scientist, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, when we are discussing over skill-based learning? I would like to rest my case with what APJ Abdul Kalam said, and I quote, "Skill-based learning is the catalyst that can propel India into becoming a dynamic and globally competitive knowledge economy." I rest my case. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I request the interjector of Team B to pose questions to Team A.
Good morning everyone. I am the interjector from Team B. After listening your speech, I am here with some questions. My first question for you is, how can skill-based learning assess and reward the students who might excel in critical thinking and theoretical understanding?
Thank you for your question. That was a thoughtful one indeed. Bridging the gap between skill-based learning and theoretical understanding is equally crucial. we can impart the practical knowledge amongst the students. It is crucial to impart them with hands-on experiences. When the students are exposed towards the individual preferences and towards the practical applicability and exposed to the real life world simulations, they would definitely work towards our knowledge economy. Also, you talked about critical thinking. Three major criteria over there are of skill learning. That is adaptability, continuous learning, and critical thinking. The critical thinking is imparted in the students through research and development initiatives also. Without skill-based learning, critical thinking and problem-solving skills are definitely impossible to impart into the individuals and youth of our society. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My next question for you is, don't you think, my friend, skill-based learning inadvertently shift the focus from intrinsic motivation for learning to extrinsic motivation?
Thank you for your question. That was critical one, but I'll try to answer it. Skill-based learning focuses on imparting education amongst the children through various means. That is, you talked about intrinsic motivation and the extrinsic motivation. When our individuals are exposed to the real life world exposure, as well as when they are exposed towards the global economy and engagement processes, we are uniting interdisciplinary work collaboration. Then the shift of our youth would definitely there would be a paradigm shift from intrinsic to extrinsic motivation, because they would be allowed to explore their ideas and innovations. Also, they would be allowed to convert their intangible ideas into products and services. That is, we can talk about entrepreneurial skills. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team A to speak against the motion.
As the world accelerates towards a globally significant economy, sculpting a generation that actively contributes towards making such an economy possible requires for us to realign our approach and shift from a primarily skill-based economy to one that fosters creativity and ingenuity. Good morning to all present here, distinguished judges, honorable chief guest, and the august gathering. Today, I, as Speaker A2, stand here to vehemently oppose the motion of the House. Our economy today stands at crossroads. The world is about to change, and companies now are paying premiums for data, not gold. This great migration from an agrarian to an industrial and finally to a knowledge economy has been recognized on a global scale. But how exactly do we achieve this? Is it by creating a workforce which is merely skilled, or one which is inherently intelligent? The World Bank defines knowledge economies according to 4 pillars. First, institutional structures for entrepreneurship and the use of knowledge. Secondly, availability of a skilled workforce and a good education system. Thirdly, an ICT infrastructure. And finally, an innovation landscape that includes the academia, the private sector, and the civil society. India today employs 150 million people in the tertiary sector. The sheer number of employees in itself proves to be of limited value. A classical economy hinges on tangible worker input. The economics of a knowledge economy is not one of scarcity, but rather that of abundance. Skills are proficiencies that one develops through training, which could be easily replicated and to a large extent even be replaced by automation. Say analytics, for example. Market research analysis, a job that formerly required a high level of precision and skill, has already been taken over by software and algorithms. We say India has a much touted, dominated IT sector. But when had we produced a Facebook, Google, or Amazon in our own country? Nobel laureate Amartya Sen argues that real economic development arises from enhancing human capabilities. And let me ask you a question. How can human capabilities progress without substantial R&D investments? India's research and development expenditure stands at a modest of 0.7% of the GDP. This is further exemplified by the dissolution of the National Knowledge Commission in the year 2014, hampering our progress completely. India also stands at number 97 out of 138 countries in the UNDP's Global Knowledge Index, at number 45 in the ICT Index, and at number 40 in the Global Innovation Index. An obvious tendency to gravitate towards jobs that require mechanical labor and vocation is evident. but the heart of a knowledge economy lies in continuous innovation. While skills may serve immediate labor demands, they cannot sustain the economy in the long run. Having a robust knowledge base equips individuals to adapt to continuous technological advancements happening, while it would be very difficult for them if all they know are mere skills. It is important for the visionaries, researchers, and thinkers to pave our way for progress. Imagine if all that we learned were only skills. Where would disciplines like mathematics, astrophysics, or philosophy find their place? As it is rightly said, values are more important than valuables. A skill-based learning cannot foster ethics, cultural knowledge, and values within individuals. After all, a knowledge economy is not only about expertise, but also about producing responsible and ethical citizens who contribute positively to the society. I do not deny the importance of skills. However, they should not replace but complement a strong foundation of knowledge. The Indian vision of a knowledge economy can be realized only when it is based on a robust intellectual capital. I would like to end my stance with the profound words of Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary General. Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every economy. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team B to present questions to Team A.
My first question for you is, isn't one of the, sorry, isn't one of the strengths of skill-based learning the ability of students to apply what they have learned immediately, leading to a better retention and a better understanding of concepts?
Thank you for the question. I would like to say that skill learning is indeed a part of the knowledge economy. And skill-based learning may emphasize on the facts of learning by applying the processes of what they have a strong foundation upon. But skill-based learning alone address the problems of critical and creativity, including fostering an in-depth understanding of the concepts. Because a theoretical foundation of knowledge will equip individuals to create a collaborative thinking method which will enable them to actually apply the part of knowledge which they need to innovate and further use in research and development processes. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My next question for you is, don't you think, my friend, mastery-based approach of skill-based learning is capable of cultivating, I'm really sorry. My next question for you is, don't you think, my friend, mastery-based approach of skill-based learning cultivate adaptability? Thank you.
Should I answer it? Yeah. So, as you said, that mastery-based approach will inculcate skill-based learning. I would say that skill-based learning cannot alone help individuals to adapt to different technological advancements. As skills possessed today, with the revolutionary technologies like artificial intelligence coming up in the market, would replace the jobs which were initially there, and it would make it will make the market vulnerable to change of jobs as the rapid advancements of technology is happening over time. And therefore, skills alone cannot process it. We need a strong foundation of knowledge and intellectual capital, infrastructure in the ICT sector, and also an environment that promotes research and development. As countries like Finland and Sweden also promote education, not primarily relying on skill-based education for their research and development environment. India can learn from these countries to adapt a good education policy and further enhance research and development opportunities for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
The second team to take the stage for the motion is Team B. The second team to take the stage for the motion is Team B. So let's encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Actions speak louder than words. What if I say that there is a way of learning which can transform India into a knowledge economy? Well, that definitely would be a skill-based one. Greetings everyone. Today I, Nihal, representing Team B, is privileged to stand in front of you to present my views on the topic of utmost importance of skill-based learning transforming India into a knowledge economy. India, as we know it, has always had a strong emphasis on education. We have been known for producing some of the brightest minds in various fields. Respected jury, but the question that arises over here is that is skill-based learning more practical than the Indian traditional education system? My answer is yes, because the Indian education system has predominantly focused on rote learning and memorization rather than skill development. But it is high time that we shift our focus towards skill-based learning to transform India into a knowledge economy. What is a knowledge economy? A knowledge economy is one that relies on the creation, dissemination, and utilization of knowledge to drive its economic growth and development. It is a shift from traditional industries to a focus on intellectual capital, innovation, and technology. In the era of globalization, countries that succeed are those who possess the skilled workforce capable of adapting and innovating new skills. This is where skill-based learning comes into play. It has the potential to address numerous challenges faced by the Indian workforce. Despite having such a large population, our labor force still struggles to find suitable employment due to lack of market-relevant skills. But why is this a significant portion of our society remain unemployed or underemployed? The answer is simple. Due to the mismatch between the skills demanded by the employers and those possessed by the job seekers. By aligning our education system with the need of the job market, we can create a workforce that is readily employable and adaptable to the emerging industries. It is rightly said that the strongest economies are those who invest in their people. So to do, our Indian government has already taken several initiatives like Skilled India Mission, which aimed to skill more than 500 million people. Other than Skilled India Mission, there are many more initiatives too, like Startup India, Digital India, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Atal Innovation Mission, and so on. Well, these initiatives demonstrate our collective commitment towards promoting skill-based learning. Your skill set is the most valuable asset that you ever have in this changing world. But how can we empower the underprivileged communities? By providing vocational training and practical skills, we can empower the social mobility, thus breaking the cycle of poverty. Take the example of Arakku Valley in Andhra Pradesh, where tribal farmers were taught organic techniques through skill-based programs. This transformed their struggling agriculture into a profitable venture. Now, their premium coffee is not only sought after in India, but also exported to the international markets, thus providing an empowerment spirit to these tribal communities. So, I would say that skill-based learning acts as a pivot around which the whole machinery of progressive economy revolves. This transformation is not only possible, but essential too. It's the need of an hour that India, which has the tremendous potential to transform itself into a knowledgeable powerhouse, must embrace and adopt its education system accordingly and become a global leader itself. It is rightly said that without skill-based learning, a nation is just like a body without soul. And only the people who take learning, growth, and development into their own hands will be the tomorrow's leaders. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I request the interjector of Team C to pose questions to Team B.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am an interjector from Team C. My first question to you is, as technology evolves rapidly, right? How can skill-based learning in India keep pace with the demands of modern workforce ensuring that learners are equipped with relevant skill and knowledge for emerging industry to be capable of leading India's knowledge economy. What do you say in this context?
Thank you, my friend. Your question was indeed a good one. First of all, before answering the question, I just want to say that knowledge is just like a garden. If you not cultivate it, it will not definitely give the harvest. And skill-based learning acts as a gardener to this, as a gardener to this garden. So I would say that India must firstly improve its infrastructure. Secondly, it should improve the quality of instructors too. Third point I would say would be that we should promote scholarships, providing financial support to the people who are below average. Likewise, I should say that, a significant portion of our society is remain below average or average the poverty line. So we must provide scholarships to these communities and also provide financial support. We should actually encourage industries to invest in this institution. So to say, we should also promote online workshops. Today, like companies like 10x, Work Scholar, which are Indian companies, are actually holding workshops daily to promote AI and technological tools. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My next question to you is, given the intricate interplay between skill-based learning and the changing nature of work, what detailed strategies may employ to strike a delicate balance between specialization and interdisciplinary skills so that India's workforce can adapt the versatile demands of a knowledge economy? What's your point of view in this context?
Thank you, my friend. What I personally think to a question is new policy should be made. As NEP 2020 has now improved more and more changes, we should introduce new policies. We should make new draft. Let debate on these drafts and let us actually make a draft which is more actually, I would say, acceptable to the major portion of our society. Likewise, I just want to say that, but what we must take care of is it doesn't violate any personal community's wishes. If we see UCC, for example, some communities particularly have actually raised questions and actually have protest against UCC. But the question that arises that the draft isn't made, but protests have been started, like UCC is bad, it actually violates some communities' personal rights, but actually not what I personally think. So what we must do is we must sure that it doesn't promote societal bias and improves the infrastructure, and also it should improve the quality of instructors too. Talking about the strategies that we can take, skill-based learning actually is a lifelong learning mindset. It actually gives us the interdisciplinary opportunities, and also we know today majority of skills are transferable. So it's very easy for us, to actually learn more and more skills through skill-based learning programs. Also, there are many industries which have been collaborated in India, like Coursera, Khan Academy, Udemy, which are actually providing skill-based courses on a very low prices, and it is very effective too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team B to present their views against the motion.
Without knowledge, skill cannot be focused. Without skill, strength cannot be brought to bear. And without strength, knowledge may not be applied. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, fellow participants, and lovely audience. Today, I, Sanya from Team B, stand before you to present the argument against the notion that will skill-based learning be transforming India into a knowledge economy. While the idea of skill-based learning has its merits, I firmly believe that it alone will not be sufficient enough to transform India into a knowledge economy. Instead, I assert that a balanced approach that encompasses both skill-based learning and traditional education is essential for the country's holistic development. Firstly, skill-based learning undoubtedly plays a crucial role in preparing individuals for job markets. But my question here is, will skills alone be able to help them to face with the challenges of competitive industry world? How will they be able to handle the work stress and team deadlines? However, we must recognize that a knowledge economy requires much more than just a skilled workforce. It necessitates a foundation of robust research, innovation, and technological advancements. A knowledge economy thrives on intellectual property, cutting-edge research, and creative solutions to complex problems. Secondly, focusing solely on skill-based learning might lead to narrow and short-term perspective. While skilled workers contribute to economy's immediate needs, they may face challenges adapting to rapidly changing technologies. Here the question arises, how traditional education is helpful? Traditional education equips students with ability to adapt, analyze, and innovate. It encourages them to become lifelong learners, continuously enhancing their knowledge to stay relevant in dynamic knowledge economy. Lastly, we must acknowledge that skill requirements can rapidly change due to technological advancements and evolving industries. However, a child without education is like a bird without wings. We, the people, cannot compromise the core knowledge that prepares students for higher level learning and research. As the famous sayings of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. It should not merely be a means to secure a job, but should aim to produce well-rounded citizens who contribute to society. Moving forward, skill-based learning may inadvertently fuel inequality in society. By focusing solely on skill-based learning, we risk in neglecting other areas of education that foster social and cultural development. This can potentially create a divide between those with right skills and those without. Now, allow me to conclude with a poem. In the pursuit of knowledge, we tread a path that is more than just skills thread. For skills alone cannot sow the seeds of wisdom we aim to grow. In classrooms, young minds take flight to challenge, ponder, and ignite a thirst for knowledge far and wide, a beacon in the world, a guiding light. Yet, skills we learn, they have their place, a part of knowledge chase. But let us not forget the core, a love for learning to explore. So while skills are vital, no doubt, a knowledge economy needs more than cloud. A blend of skills and wisdom's might shall lead India to its brightest heights. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team C to pose questions to Team B.
My first question to you is, given intricate India aims to embrace a knowledge economy, how can traditional theoretical learning be reimagined to foster critical thinking, problem solving, and empowering individuals to apply actual knowledge in real world situations and drive meaningful progress? What's your point of view?
Thank you for your question. First of all, currently in India, we are not even able to provide students with basic education. And you are telling me the fact to provide them the skill-based learning? No. India is basically not having the enough money. Talking about the theoretical understanding, a knowledge economy needs three main things. intellect-based learning, investment in research and development, and invention of innovation. And I think skill-based learning contribute to our GDP, not our knowledge economy. Skill-based learning put blinds on a horse. Means we need to think about the traditional education. Skill-based learning keep on changing. We need to upgrade ourselves from time to time to keep updated in the relevant, in dynamic knowledge economy. Thank you.
My next question to you is, without ranking skill-based learning and fostering industry-academia collaboration, how can India diversify its economy and navigate the rapid technological advancement, which is essential for a successful transformation into a knowledge economy? Thank you.
Could you please repeat your question?
Sure. Without ranking skill-based learning and fostering industry-academia collaboration, how can India diversify its economy and navigate the rapid technological advancement, which is essential for a successful transformation into a knowledge economy?
Thank you for your question. In order to answer the question, first of all, there are always two sides of the coin. Skill-based learning, as I mentioned in my speech also, they play a very crucial role in preparing individuals for job markets. They have their significance. But we need to look upon the other side of the coin. Skill can continue change. What about the people who don't have skills? We need to provide them the education. This is the basic that will make their skill more profitable. And I think without knowledge, skill cannot be focused. We need to understand this. India has had many skills, but without knowledge, these skills cannot be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you.
The third team to take the stage for the motion is Team C. I request the audience to please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Can you imagine a building without foundation? Or, for that matter, a rootless tree? A very hearty morning to respected jury members, teachers, august gathering, and my worthy opponents. I feel extremely privileged to radiate forth my views in the favor of the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? While you ponder over this question, I'm sure that the unanimous answer is a big yes. Well, I firmly believe that skill-based learning is an abstract term which cannot be evaluated on bits of paper. It is a broad spectrum which is groomed in an individual and nurtured through repeated practical implications. I think I should make it crystal clear that skill-based learning and knowledge are the two twin cornerstones of an effective education, which are even leading us towards the robust education, which helps the individuals know their potential and work according to it. Isn't it worth pointing out that knowledge alone is not applicable to bring out the changes that everyone expects? There is the need of skill as well. And since students can't develop their skills in vacuum, they need proper time and opportunities to do so. And this is what the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship understood, and they started the Skill India mission, which aims for the individuals to meet their domestic demands. And not only does it help the youth, but it is helping in the growth of economy as well. Since the dawn of human civilization, we have come a long way, and now we stand in the digital era. But our world is on the verge of another huge transition, which will form the age of knowledge economy. It marks a transition from traditional economy to the one where the use of knowledge is paramount. The knowledge economy is in fact a hierarchy of networks driven by acceleration of rate of change and rate of development altogether. And it even accelerates our success. Do you know what? There are only 4 types of professions in India: engineers, doctors, lawyers, and disappointment. Well, there are people who are different. Like you must have heard about Dhirubhai Ambani, who was a very successful capitalist and changed the scenario of Indian industries and economy only out of his skill endeavors. And same goes for the god of cricket. Yes, you heard me right. I am talking about Sachin Tendulkar, who is living his best life with the help of his skills. Here, I would like to ask you that what's the purpose of education if 80% of the engineering graduates are not even employed? They either have to go for the non-engineering fields or stay unemployed for the rest of their lives. But why? Because every year students are put under 10 subjects each, and each subject has its own viva, practical, lab work, external, internal, major, minor and much more. But we have a solution, which is NEP 2020. It aims for the individuals to take their favorite subjects and mix match them all together, which is quite interesting, right? And as per data, 2.3 lakh students are already working on their skill-based projects, and 4,563 schools opted NEP already. My dear beloved audience, may I have your attention to this fact, with which everyone sitting here must be well aware of. Yes, it is none other than the Chandrayaan series. Had it not been accumulation of skill-based learning this time, it wouldn't have been possible to undertake such a huge mission, which gave a quantum leap to the knowledge economy of our country. Skill-based learning will surely create an economic boom in our country because it will bring higher education in line with social, cultural and economic needs of our country, and in fact, it will promote literacy in every corner of our nation. At last, I want to make all the spectators sitting here to realize that the time has come when we all must work for our future generation, because the one working on his skills today will be tomorrow's leader. Thank you and have a euphoric day ahead.
Now I request the interjector of Team D to pose questions to Team C.
A very warm good morning, dear judges and my dear friends. Today I, the interjector from Team D, would be putting forward questions on the topic, will skill-based learning help India transform into the knowledge economy? So, my first question is, from the insight of an average student, he will choose the skill which would be easy for him. And if this continues, all the load will bend over one side and it will cause mere blue-collar jobs. Is this the skill-based learning that we are urging for?
Thank you for your question. Well, that's indeed a very interesting question. I would like to mention here that skill-based learning even helps you in focusing your analytical skills. And if students are focusing on their skills, then they will definitely get a premium job, as there are various companies like Apple, Google, and even Microsoft, which are now leveraging people with more skills. Because according to them, people with more skills can turn out to be a greater asset for the company. And in fact, I would like to mention that knowledge without skill is just like victory with no survivors. Therefore, there is the need of skill-based development. Thank you.
Thank you for insight. My second question is, due to technological advancements and AI taking over manual work, do you think skill-based approach will help our country to grow in this global forum? Whereas our government schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana is just focusing on the weaker section of society.
Thank you for your question. Well, I would like to mention that skill-based learning and technology are like the two twin cornerstones which are even leading us towards an effective education. And I think you all will agree with me that technology evolves rapidly. Therefore, by opting skill-based learning along with technology will be like an added advantage for the growth of economy. As well as we can say that technology is like a building block for skill-based learning, which will surely create an economic boom because it will create more jobs and more opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer.
Now I would like to welcome the second participant of Team C to speak against the motion.
Everyone present here is an Indian, and I am assuming that you all are patriotic at heart, which means that you want India to progress by leaps and bounds and be at the pinnacle of its success. A very hearty morning to respected jury members, my worthy opponents, and to everyone present here. I represent Team C and I strongly oppose the statement that skill-based education can be used to transform India into a knowledge economy. It's a cliche to say that India has transformed into a knowledge-based economy by achieving skill-based learning, as it's left to be nothing but a hackneyed and overused statement over time. In a knowledge-based economy, significant value is given to intangible assets such as their workers' knowledge as well as their intellectual property. Noted economist Paul Krugman stated that a group of people who are successful in skilling themselves cannot always guarantee the same results at a much wider scale. In his own words, he phrased it by saying that a country is not a company. Our union government has launched many different skill certification programs in order to train our youngsters and take a step forward towards being a knowledge economy. But we didn't get the results we hoped for. As it is said, without proper execution, vision is just another word for hallucination. And I would like to enlighten the august gathering present here about the basic criteria of skill-based education. As skill-based education has its main emphasis on a particular skill rather than academic knowledge. While knowledge-based education, which includes the theoretical learning as well as the learning which we are having in our present educational system, provides us with better critical thinking, analytical skills, confidence, competency, and organization to create learners who are independent. Here we can cite the example of Nalanda, the university which changed the course of the entire world, as it allows us to mold different discourses and embrace education for all the seekers of knowledge. Because the experience till now has not been very encouraging for us. Among the people who graduated from reputed institutions like the ITI India, the unemployment rate is still really high. Are we putting the cart before the horses? Because here the point arises that skill-based education might just turn obsolete over the passage of time. Because technological advancements like automation as well as artificial intelligence will continue to take the hold of our labor market. And with changing consumer preferences, the older skills might just become irrelevant. And the list doesn't end here. With globalization, market saturation, controlled product prices, shorter product lifespans, as well as with lack of upgradation of our skills, our economy can turn towards its downcast. Because there are a lot of fascinating stories about the changes being done. But alas, there is no discussion over the fact that whether these changes are sustainable and effective enough to change our economy into a knowledge-based economy. As India has 468 million people in its workforce, among which 92% are engaged in informal sector, 31% are illiterate, 13% got a primary education, and a mere 6% are college graduates. And India ranked a lowly 109th position out of 154 nations according in UNDP's Development and Knowledge Index. So does this inspire confidence among us? Not really. And schemes like the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana trained around 1.37 crore individuals, out of which just 24.51 lakh people managed to get employed in the last 8 years. Vocational learning as well as skill-based learning are already incorporated in our education system as the part of the whole package. But if you believe that instead of the whole package, only a part of it is sufficient for increasing the GDP of our nation, then my dearest opponents, you need to hear yourself out. Because the GDP of such a nation will not be desirable at all. To rest my case, I would like to state by having a sole focus on skill-based education, we are building castles in the air, which will soon be blown away by the winds of reality. So, because skill-based education might provide you with a living, but knowledge-based education will teach you how to live by promoting the economy of your nation. Thank you and have an exhilarating day ahead.
Now Now let's welcome the interjector of Team D to pose questions to Team C.
A very warm good morning, my dear friend. So, my first question to you is, as we know about Ajay Nagar, he is the most subscribed YouTuber in Asia and is well known throughout the world. He abandoned knowledge-based education in order to focus on increasing his skills in roasting, and today he is the king of YouTube world. How can you persist in asserting that knowledge-based education is superior to skill-based learning?
Thank you. Well, it is an interesting question. Well, I would like to say that you might have misinterpreted what I said. I never mentioned that skill-based education is lower than knowledge-based education, because both are required for turning our economy into a knowledge-based economy. And as you mentioned, a YouTuber who on the basis of his skills became successful, well, I would like to say that the arts like roasting is actually a skill, and a skill is required for becoming successful. But not every job opportunity can be gained on the basis of your skills only, because degrees are equally important in the modern world. And the thought of diversifying as well as turning into a knowledge-based economy without focusing on knowledge is like a figment of imagination. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My second question is, as per the latest news, Russian Luna 25 spacecraft crashing into the moon, don't you think it's an overconfidence of knowledge that has led to such a huge monetary and loss of resources? Whereas we all are aware about the success of Mangalyaan mission, it's skill that be off-baited knowledge-based education and led to the success. How, in your purview, will knowledge lead our country to a knowledge economy?
Thank you for a question. As you mentioned, a Russian aircraft which crashed on the moon, as well as you gave the example of an Indian mission which was successful. Well, I would like to say that you can't precisely say that the Russian mission had the emphasis on knowledge as well as our mission had the emphasis of skill as well, because our aeronautical studies require both knowledge as well as skills, because on the basis of knowledge only we can practically put what is there and make our plans successful. So we can't say it was the overconfidence of knowledge in the Russian mission. It might have been a problem in the making or in the infrastructure. So we can't precisely put one mission under the category of being wholly knowledge-based and other being under the category of wholly skill-based. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Now I would like to invite the first participant of Team D to present their views for the motion. Let's welcome them with a hearty round of applause.
In the tapestry of knowledge economy, it's the threads of skill-based learning that weave the fabric of innovation and empower the future generation as architects of progress. Good morning, respected judges, my worthy opponents, faculty members, and audience. I, from Team D, am here to speak angels' words on today's topic: will skill-based learning help India transform into a knowledge economy? Learning how to learn is one of the most important skills in life. To further delve into this topic, I shall take this opportunity to take you all through our historical roots. The ancient Gurukul system of education echoes the principles of skill-based learning. It championed a holistic approach, imparting not only knowledge but also practical skills. Our education system is a wonderful fusion of academics and extracurricular activities that enhance a child's cognitive and social skills at each developmental stage. And now, skill-based learning bridges the gap between education and employability. India's vast population requires a workforce that is readily employable and capable of contributing to the economic growth. According to the 2020 report, employers will be looking for skills like critical thinking, analysis, and creativity. And over 94% of business leaders anticipate their staff to pick up new skills. Correspondingly, with the high school dropout rate of 56.8% and only 25% of employable graduate segment, initiating vocational trainings and schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana with an aim to encourage aptitude towards employable skills and to increase the working efficiency of probable and existing daily wage earners.
Training programs have been worked out on the basis of national occupational standards and qualification packs. By fostering practical skills, individuals are empowered to identify the gaps in the market and develop solutions. The success story of Ola, India's ride-hailing giant, is a testament to this. The founders' tech and business skills allowed them to create a platform that revolutionized transportation, spurring economic growth and employment creation. Dhirubhai Ambani, the founder of Reliance Industries, exemplifies remarkable success through practical skills and entrepreneurship. Despite basic formal education, he possessed a keen business acumen of business skills, identifying market opportunities. Skills can also be achieved without extensive theoretical knowledge. As in the words of Albert Einstein, the only source of knowledge is experience. The NEP 2020 acts as a catalyst to boost STEM, which is now STEAM learning in India, with a focus on hands-on learning with real-world applications, that holds a unique place in demonstrating mastery across industries. Skill-based learning equips individuals with practical expertise that is directly applicable in the professional world. And it enables the continuous adaptation to the changing industries and technologies. The 73% hike in YouTube channels speaks for the adaptation and rapid technological advancements that necessitate a workforce that is capable of taking up and using new skills. Additionally, skill-based learning promotes inclusivity by catering to diverse talents. At present, over 3,000 special schools, including the Asha School by Indian Army, are functioning across India with the sole aim to imbibe and enhance the skill set of these children with special needs and to make them financially independent. To conclude, children must be taught how to think, not what to think. It's important to create independent thinkers who are far more capable of dealing with real-world scenarios responsibly and wisely. Students are the human capital of the country, and it's essential to empower them for the development of the economy, creating what we call a knowledge economy. Thank you.
Up next, we have the interjector of Team E to present questions to Team D.
Well, I have been listening to you very carefully and have few doubts about it. So with the permission of August Assembly, I would like to ask you a question. My friend, as you are stressing that skill-based learning will lead India into a knowledge economy, let's critically examine the validity of the statement. In skill-based learnings, one's innate potential and approach for certain skill are crucial elements which need to be mapped at early stage, reinforced on the way and updated with the pace of time. So I urge to explain, do our education system, vocational training courses or skill development program have standardized method of assessment for trainers or learners? And do our educators and trainers are well equipped with desired ability to measure the progress and intervene if required?
Thank you for your question. It is a very good question, I guess. So I would like to start this answer by saying that the future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways. And my dear friend, with the new technological advancements, there would be a need to enhance and improve the skill sets of ourselves. And also, as you mentioned, that how can we improve our skills? So I'd like to mention that there are counselors in each and every schools and universities which will help the students and guide them how to use skill-based learning more efficiently and properly. And also with the new NEP, that is NEP 2020, as I mentioned in my speech, has launched a new system which is STEM has been converted into STEAM learning with the addition of art and craft into it. Also, as you said, that how will the vocational trainings, right? So the government has launched a lot of schemes, like I mentioned in my script, that was the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, with an aim to imbibe and enhance the skill sets of the youth for the development of the knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My second question to you is, generic meaning of skill-based learning is to convert knowledge into practical application. And as you are claiming that skill-based learning would enable India to become a knowledge economy. But for this, the first requirement is having well-equipped institution in place to impart knowledge. So my query is, in India, where we have 1.2 million of schools located in the areas, rural areas, uh, is struggling to even have a basic infrastructure there. So why do you focus? So what makes you believe that skill-based learning would enable India to become a knowledge economy?
Thank you for your question. I would like to say that I'll quote a quote first, that is, success is not a single step race. It requires a lot of hard work to achieve it. And also with new technical advancements, the 67.6% of rural India during pandemic has smartphones. And the government of India has launched a lot of apps, online free apps, which provide vocational trainings for the advancements of the skill sets of these people which belong from the most vulnerable parts of the society. And I would like to mention a few apps. Those are the Yellow Class app and the Udemy app. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Now we have the second participant of Team D to present the arguments against the motion.
Without sharpening your weapon, standing on the battlefield would not increase the chance of winning. A very warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, faculty members, and my worthy opponents. I, from Team D, am going to speak devil's word on the topic, will skill-based learning help India transform into a knowledge economy? While skill-based learning undoubtedly holds merits, I argue that it might not be the sole panacea for India's transformation into a knowledge economy. It's my contention that while skills are undeniably important, they are just one component of a complex ecosystem that drives our transition towards a knowledge economy. The progress we seek requires not only practical skills, but also a profound emphasis on intellectual exploration, research, and cultivation of culture that values critical thinking, understanding, and a pursuit of knowledge. The knowledge economy is a system of consumption and production based on the intellectual capital. In this volatile world of ours with unpredictable challenges, we require more than just knowing how to do things. We need to think critically and understand different subjects deeply. Consider our achievements in space missions. They happened not only because of technical skills, but also the deep understanding of science and creative problem solving. The ability to apply knowledge to real-world challenges is equally crucial. For instance, India's successful space missions, such as the Mars Orbiter mission, Mangalyaan, and Chandrayaan-3, were not solely driven by skill-based training. These achievements required extensive research, knowledge, curiosity, and a deep knowledge of science. We require other factors merely than skills to encourage groundbreaking discoveries. Consider the examples of Nobel laureates like Amartya Sen and Venkatraman Ramakrishna, who have significantly contributed to India's global reputation. Their work was not solely driven by skills. Their work required an extensive knowledge, curiosity, and a commitment to advancing human understanding. Indian scientists like C.N.R. Rao have made significant contributions to material research, demonstrating that knowledge-driven pursuits can elevate nations' standing on the global scientific stage. Discoveries in science, progress in IT technology, and advancements in AI all show us the value of knowledge in changing economies. These things didn't happen only because of skills. They happened because people had a lot of knowledge, did research, and saw the bigger picture. What could be a better example of this than Sundar Pichai, the present CEO of Google? To build a knowledge economy, we need man-force who can do more than just follow instructions. India's democratic system, along with a lively private sector and institutions that support free market, provides a base for knowledge. But to truly embrace a knowledge economy, we need to understand different things deeply and encourage knowledge-based learning. Widespread use of English, being a global language, caters us to the global trade. A stable economy and strong businesses all help India, but they can't replace the need for knowledge. Government's initiatives like Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and Fraud Shiksha Abhiyan are aimed towards educating children and adults respectively, providing them with their basic need for education and empowering all. We must come to an agreement that there is no shortcut to success when we talk about infrastructural challenges, such as physical, social, and digital infrastructure. These things can't be fixed just by having skilled workers. We need knowledge to solve these complex problems. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Finally, coming up with ideas requires more than just skills. We need to encourage learning, research, and working together. A strong innovation culture comes from valuing learning and coming up with new ideas. Knowledge provides a strong base to nations. Finally, I would like to end my speech with some few lines that knowledge is the compass which guides us through. In a world so complex, challenges are rife. Deeper understanding is the key to the thriving life. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have the interjector of Team E to pose questions to Team D.
I'm still wonderstruck in very emphatically presented challenges, obstacles, and problems on the path of skill-based learning resulting into knowledge economy. Are you closing your eyes towards the inevitable future leading to knowledge economy based on skill development? Or shall I believe at this tender age of hope itself you have cultivated an idea of pessimism and cynicism?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your question?
Yes, sure. I'm still wonderstruck in emphatically presented challenges, problems, and obstacles on path leading to skill-based learning. Are you closing your eyes towards inevitable future leading to knowledge economy based on skill learning? Or shall I believe at this tender age of hope itself you have cultivated an attitude of pessimism and cynicism?
Thank you so much, my friend, for your wonderful question. Now, I would like to answer this way, that I'm supporting a system, a progress towards the making of India into a knowledge economy based on knowledge-based learning, hand in hand with skill-based learning. While skill-based learning undoubtedly holds its merits, it's my contention that without knowledge-based learning, we cannot move forward in making our India, our nation, a knowledge economy. Because making of a knowledge economy requires many more things, just rather than the skilled workers or the skills pursued by people. And knowledge-based learning results in very deep understanding of science and their subjects respectively in the individual's minds, which results in long-time understanding and progress of the nation as a whole. Thank you so much.
My second question to you is, I was engrossed into your argument and I realized that you are absolutely denying the skill-based learning would enable India to become knowledge economy. But according to the biggest consulting firm, McKinsey, that says the skill-based learning is the biggest factor leading to knowledge economy. Can you suggest me any two ways other than skill-based learning to become India a knowledge economy?
Thank you so much for your question, my friend. Now, I would like to answer it that I'm not clearly against skill-based learning. I'm just more in favor of knowledge-based learning over skill-based learning, while they both go hand in hand. The example for skill-based learning with knowledge-based learning being successful, as I've also mentioned in my script, that is the success of Mangalyaan. That was an experiment mainly with the foundation of knowledge-based learning, but with the help of skill-based homogeneous scientists, we secured a very good position in space experiments and cleared the mission in first try. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next team to take the stage for the motion is Team E. Encourage them with a huge round of applause.
In a world where progress thrives, soar and ambition strive. In a world where knowledge reigns supreme, where mind is the currency, a vibrant dream. Skill-based learning, a beacon of light, unleashing potential with all its might. Good morning, respected members of jury, revered dignitaries, incredible mentors, all my worthy fellow debaters. Today, I, Code E1, stand here strongly in favor of the motion that skill-based learning will transform India into a knowledge economy. First of all, I wish to explain the key term of my case and its correlation with knowledge economy. Skill-based learning, a learning which focuses on the conversion of knowledge into practical application. Esteemed judges and my dear opponents friends, please note, when we talk about skills and skill-based learning, we focus on inducing 21st century skills in learners, upscaling the unskilled adults and vocational training. A skilled human resource is the vital component in transforming ours agrarian and industrial economy into a knowledge economy, so skill-based learning becomes indispensable. I wish to draw the attention of the kind jury towards the potential question of this debate. What is knowledge economy? And will skill-based learning help India to attain it? Let us understand. It is an economy which is based on knowledge-intensive activities, an economy which relies on human capital and practical application. Let me ask this august assembly, what should India hinge upon to build this? Only industries, only agriculture or natural resources? Or is there something more sustainable and ever-growing? Well, I think we all have the answer to it, and that is skilled human resource. The resource that creates the core of knowledge economy, standing on the 4 pillars of research, innovation, scientific progress, and tech evolution. What should India hinge upon? Yes, this is the answer. As other countries like USA, Finland, Switzerland as we here are discussing its potential, it is necessary to contemplate thoroughly. Learning merely on basis of theories without any competency won't stand the rapid pace of time. The time of swiftly shifting global scenarios and needs, the time of ever-dynamic technological advancements, the time of sustainable practices, and the time of quick adaptations. Other countries like USA, Finland, Switzerland, and South Korea are living examples for India to follow, who strengthened and invested their education system based on knowledge economy. This reliance has greatly benefited them in terms of more job creation, more innovation, more research development, and overall economic growth. The day is not far off, friends, when later or sooner, all the countries would be required to shift to the idea of knowledge economy, inevitably due to 2 reasons: sustainability of economic growth and global competitiveness. I ask you all, as a country, can India simply rely on natural resources for economic growth? As a country, can we afford to keep adding troubles to our very own environment? Certainly, the answer is a big, big no. So asking this question, that is knowledge economy required in India, and if skill-based learning is going to enable its potential, is a rather short-sighted person's question, and it is deeply saddening. Does India have any other alternative or way? No. You see, I am not unaware of the challenges that we will face on this journey of transformation. But is it fair for us, the students, the future of our nation, the students, the solution-centric generation, to not take actions simply because we are scared of the problems? Well, I do not think so. We are already on the path of transformation by taking necessary initiatives such as upscaling the unskilled adults, shifting our focus from rote learning to core competency, several skill training programs by the government, vocational training programs for youth, and training of skills such as critical thinking, creativity for our human capital to flourish. Now, clearly, the focus is on how to learn rather than what to learn. In an era where knowledge holds immense power, a storehouse that will never exhaust, rather has an ever-increasing dynamics.
That is the power of knowledge economy. Skill-based learning focuses on practical training of real-world techniques. Yes, it is a way to knowledge economy. Skill-based learning encourages innovation. Yes, it is a step towards knowledge economy. With all my well-validated facts and arguments, I strongly support the motion and hereby rest my case with a final yes. Yes, certainly, skill-based learning will transform India into a knowledge economy, a superpower, a game changer, and the golden future. Thank you.
Now, let's welcome the interjector of Team F to pose questions to Team E.
I can already see. Welcome to India, the land of skilled acrobats, where our GDP soars as our graduate performs breathtaking stunts. Very warm morning to distinguished judges, teachers, and my dear friends. My first question: if a person pursued a particular skill throughout his life and was not able to get a placement or job or be self-employed, the person does not have a plan B and would be forced to get another job. What do you think about it?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. So when we talk about skill-based learning, if we implement in the initial stages, preliminary stages in school learning, we will see that skill-based learning will enable students to follow their passions. When students will follow their passions, they will very surely be successful in the field of their own skill. When they will master their skill, I don't think there will be a chance that they will not be employed or have to shift to any other job opportunity. Well, thank you.
Thank you. My second question for you is, you gave multiple examples of different countries like USA and Finland. India is entirely different from these countries in different contexts. Do you think that skill-based learning will entirely change the infrastructure of India?
Well, thank you for the questions. And by listening to your question, I was reminded of a quote, which goes like that: nothing in the world is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we fear less. As you say that we have many challenges, and as India is a different country than the countries I mentioned, but I strongly believe that if we have challenges, we cannot shy away from our responsibilities. Now or tomorrow, we will have to shift to skill-based learning for our country to be able to compete with other countries, as we already know that we are in a globally competitive world. I think that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team E to present their views against the motion.
In the realm of options, a vast array, like a garden filled with flowers in full display. But not all petals bloom with equal grace. Some leads to joy while others leave a trace. So ponder well before you take a leap, for choices made in haste, you may haunt and seep. Greetings, esteemed jury, respected judges, and worthy teachers, and my fellow debater friend. I, Court E2, stand here strongly against the motion that skill-based learning will transform India into a knowledge economy. Worthy judges and dear friends, once think about it. Why am I calling skill-based learning, a component of knowledge economy, a bumpy road in India? Why I am pressing over the fact about being wise, about making skill-based learning a choice in our country. Here we are talking about developing skills like communication, leadership, adaptability, time management, and so on. And also, my worthy friend in favor mentioned some encouraging number of skill-based subjects included in the curriculum, and our other strenuous effort to convert our nation into a knowledge economy. But then I ask, do we have measures to ensure that we have achieved them? Is the ground reality of education, training, and directly impacting sectors even promising? Or do we have even enough resources to translate this lofty dream into a reality? My worthy friend, let me give you a reality check. As per the latest stats of 2020, the total number of schools in India was 1.5 million. And out of those, 1.23 million schools are there in rural areas, sometimes not even having roads to link to. Are there we planning to train individuals with skills? Are there we planning and dreaming of high-speed internet for IT infrastructure? Are there we focusing over sophisticated labs and experiential learning? Lack of standardized methods of assessment, wide gap between student-teacher ratio and no global competence curriculum are some of the major roadblocks India need to overcome before even thinking about skill-based learning and in turn, knowledge economy. Let me update you. We rank 97th in Knowledge Economy Index. And this condition is not without a reason. The Indian GDP has only 3.5% share allotted for education, wherein the ideal requirement is of 7 to 9% for any country to be a knowledge economy. Merely talking and supporting skill-based learning will not bear any fruits. For being a thriving knowledge economy, we need to focus on education, economic, infrastructural, communication, innovation system too. But here, my worthy friend in favor is blowing the trumpets of praises in favor of skill-based learning only. And I strongly believe this enthusiasm has blinded her vision to let reality seep in. Worthy judges, please note, in need, we focus more on basics rather than luxury. Even if skill-based learning tried in India, then I ask, do we have such quick responsive system to update the education system for skill-based learning for a population of 1.4 billion with each innovation? Do we have such system in place to sync the curriculum with the current and future needs of the industries, businesses, economies? Do think about it. We are still struggling to derive a 360-degree format of report card to assess a child's academic and skill efficiency. Dear judges, please note, imagine Raju from a marginal community who have been able to go to a school that has only 2 teachers to do all the school-related tasks. How can we expect that child to be skill-equipped when he is struggling even for basic education? Also, what in India we grapple with is the inertia after completion of formal education and have a lax attitude towards further upscaling. But wherein the skill-based learning demands constant and consistent learning as per the changing demands of time. How are we planning to change this lackadaisical mindset? Let me quote, it is very easy to fancy but very difficult to materialize. In order to conclude, I would like to say, if roads someday with resources reach to each village school, if electricity, internet reach to each village school, if teachers well equipped for skill-based learning reach to each village school, then my heart can believe that skill-based learning can transform India into a knowledge economy. But until then, I wish to express my strong opposition and doubt about this. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team F to pose questions to Team E.
My friend, some people can hardly educate their children up to high school. That child has no degree with him, but he was taught skills in his school, and now he can be employed in that too, self-employed. What do you think about it?
Thank you so much for your question. And I would like to answer it as you mentioned, that some people cannot afford to send their children to school. Then I feel, how are we equipping them with skills? It is not the case with everybody that they can go to school and afford skills. It is the financial condition of the family may not support the child to go to a school so that he can be educated. Then it is a potential question arises that how are we going to equip that student with skill-based learning? Then that is what the potential question of this debate is. How are we equipping everybody with skill-based learning? You already said that the person cannot be equipped with skill-based learning because he belongs from a poor family. And that is a major challenge that we're going to face while converting India into a knowledge economy on the basis of skill-based learning. Thank you.
My second question for you. Professions like tourism, textile are growing very rapidly in recent decades. They are actually skill-based. So don't you think it will it will subsequently contribute a large amount in our GDP in coming years?
Thank you so much for your question. I believe the potential question for this debate was how skill-based learning will transform India into a knowledge economy and not economy itself. Here we are discussing about does the skill-based learning has the potential to transform India into a knowledge economy. I believe that question goes beyond the topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Team F here to present the case for the motion. So let's encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Brahmanas, who had the knowledge but not the skill, were protected by the warriors, who had the skill but not the knowledge. Engineering is knowledge, but to operate the machine is skill. A very warm morning to worthy judges, teachers, and my dear supporters and opponents. Today, I, a member of Team F, is standing in front of you to express my views for the motion on the given topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? For this, we will have to understand two terms, knowledge economy and skill-based learning. Let us take the formal term knowledge economy first. Knowledge economy is a system of consumption and production that is based on intellectual capital. In particular, it refers to the ability to capitalize on scientific and applied research. To give you an example, Ritesh Agarwal, who is a school dropout at the age of 17, roamed around the country, stayed in various hotels, and felt that there is a need of good hotels with affordable prices. Using his intellectual capital and skill, he built the world's 5th largest chain of hotels, Oyo Hotels, and became the CEO of Oyo. Since then, his company has contributed more than 1,600 crores to the Indian economy. There are a number of factors which affect knowledge economy, such as globalization, technical processes, increasing awareness of economic development, and increasing importance of specialized knowledge. According to some economists, knowledge economy are of 3 types: learning economy, creative economy, and open knowledge. Though all these 3 are interlinked, I shall focus on learning economy based on skill. Over the last quarter century, driven mostly by cheap labor, developing countries such as India have seen unprecedented growth rates and contribution to the global economy. However, sustaining growth trajectory requires different approaches to economic growth and progress, especially if we aspire to move from middle income to high income level. Now let us come to skill-based learning. Skill-based learning is an approach to education that emphasizes on developing practical skills and competence based on real-life situations rather than just requiring knowledge. Skill-based learning helps students become independent thinkers and helps them plan for their future. It gives them flexibility, creativity, experience, and education. Skill-based learning also helps students tackle situations on their own and face challenging situations in their future. Keeping this in view, the Government of India launched the initiative Skill India Mission in 2015. The primary objective of this mission was to train over 40 crore Indians in numerous jobs and decrease unemployment. Since then, millions have been trained in various courses in various sectors such as healthcare, stitching, etc. Many more development initiatives are beneficial such as NSDC, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, AI-based learning, and skill learning. We see that a person with a degree may be unemployed, but a person with a skill is earning a livelihood. We have enough examples to prove that students who were in their college, based on their skill and passion, they chased their dreams and contributed significantly towards the Indian economy. To name a few, Praful Billor, famously known as MBA Chaiwala, who decided to go for entrepreneurship rather than pursuing MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Bhavesh Agarwal, Ola founder, Deep Kalra, Make My Trip founder, Sachin Pansal, founder of Flipkart, and many others. The common thing among all these young entrepreneurs is that they use their talent and skill to contribute to the Indian economy and create opportunities. In today's rapidly evolving world, academic qualifications alone are not enough. It has to be complemented with skill-based learning. As a youthful country with 75% of the working age population, it is very important to understand and realize our true potential. With many skill programs being initiated in India, we can transform our country from a developing nation to a developed nation. Yes, the progress is gradual. Therefore, being optimistic, I conclude that skill-based learning shall transform India into a knowledge economy. Thank you and have a nice day.
Now let's welcome the interjector of Team G to pose questions to Team F.
A very warm morning to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to take a moment in appreciating the knowledge, details, and the confidence which you have come up with regarding the argument present with us. But I have a few queries, which brings me to my first question. In a country like India, where not a single scheme can be brought into effect without it facing malpractices such as corruption, etc. So, how can skill-based learning be structured so that it ensures the development of a knowledgeable workforce?
Thank you for your question. Skill-based learning works in various sectors. In almost every field in India, we see skill-based learning, from tourism to engineering. If we, as per your question, in some fields there may be corruption or some other thing, but in other fields it will work. Skill-based learning will work. In the past 8 years, we have seen many development in our country, such as infrastructure development and the growth rate of education. So skill-based learning, thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My second question to you is, as we know, India is a country with a vast and diverse population, with a mismatch between traditional education system and industrial requirements. So what challenges you think might arise in implementing skill-based learning on a national scale? And how do you plan on overcoming these challenges?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. We know that India is a country with a vast and diverse population, with a mismatch between traditional education and industrial requirements. So what challenges you think might arise in implementing skill-based learning programs on a national scale, and how do you plan that we overcome these challenges?
Thank you for your question. Skill-based learning educates students and masters them in their particular skill and with their interest. When we educate young minds, they will further go and create a more educated India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Up next, I would like to invite the motion.
Dear audience, I would like to congratulate everyone on the successful reception of photographs being transmitted by Chandrayaan-3, which is the third lunar mission that has been successfully placed into lunar orbit by the Indian Space Research Organization. Did you know that Chandrayaan-1 was the first lunar mission in the whole world to discover undeniable evidence of the presence of water on the lunar surface? Yes. Obviously, the scientists and researchers involved in these programs were never a part of purely a skill-based learning system, which has been begun to be introduced in Indian schools only since 2015. This is not the sole example I have, but I will give many to prove that skill-based learning might never transform India into a knowledge economy, whereas knowledge-based learning might already be on its way to accomplishing that. A very warm morning to distinguished judges, teachers, and all my fellow debaters present here today. Today I, a member of Team F, is standing before you to express my thoughts and opinions against the motion on the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Shantanu Narayan, Arvind Krishna, and Leena Nair. There is something common between these 5 names. Yes, they are all Indians who are leading international corporations like Google, Microsoft, Adobe, IBM, and even Chanel. Even they studied and acquired knowledge under the knowledge-based learning system. So does that mean that if we focus intensively on skill-based learning, we will stop producing great businessmen, businesswomen, or all the scientists at ISRO, like S. Somnath or Ritu Srivastav? Perhaps. Skill-based learning is restrictive in nature. Imagine I choose a skill like carpentry or painting. I will never be able to change careers in the future because of my limited knowledge about other fields. I will never know innovation. I will never know how to experiment, and I'll surely never have the curiosity to know more, as I'll be limited to just one skill. Skill-based learning also focuses on the immediate requirements of the job market. It is as if sowing tomatoes when they're expensive and dear. But as everyone will do the same, next year the price of tomatoes might come down from 200 rupees to just 20 rupees. This is short-term thinking. In this type of learning system, there is also never a total guarantee that there will be an equal distribution of skill among the youth, as everyone might just select one particular skill. Let us take the IT sector, for example. Nowadays, what everyone wants to do is engineering or something related to IT. Is it even safe to say that it has become the stereotypical job of an average Indian? Yes, the IT sector is overflowing with students. At the same time, India, which is the second largest producer of rice in the world, needs to start bringing in young and educated minds who not just have the skill, but the knowledge of both agriculture and IT, so they know new and evolving techniques and technologies. It has been proven that a knowledge economy thrives on the innovation, creativity, critical thinking, and the problem solving of its citizens. With skill-based learning, you are trying to make me, us students, overly specialized in one skill. But we are forgetting holistic development here. As a student, aren't my abilities being limited? With this, aren't I being kept from exploring my own capabilities? As an army ward, I have to change schools every 2 years. My teachers and friends change every 2 years. Who will be able to guide me and help me understand my true potential when I'm being bound again to just one skill? In conclusion, I would like to say that skill can only ever be a subset of knowledge. Skill only addresses the how, whereas knowledge takes care of the what, the why, the when, the where, the who. Therefore, I conclude that a purely skill-based learning system can never transform India into a knowledge economy. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team G to pose questions for Team F.
Greetings again, everyone. First of all, I thank you, my worthy opponent, for your valuable input. Though you've tried to convince everyone present here regarding your argument, but I'm not entirely convinced. On that note, it brings me into my first question. We know knowledge is theoretical. It is the intellectual understanding of information, whereas skills are practical. These are the actions a person comes with after gaining knowledge over a period of time. So how, as we see that skills make you able to put the knowledge you've gained over a long period of time into use. So how can you prioritize knowledge-based learning over skill-based learning?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to point out that even in our school systems, we are in computer classes, for example, we are taught the theoretical part first. We are told to read the chapter and do the back exercises, and only then we go to the computer lab to put our theoretical knowledge into use and transform it into practical knowledge. So I would like to say that knowledge, that skill, if you acquire a skill, you can lose that skill. If you practice a maths formula, but when the exam is over, you stop practicing it for a few months. It's not possible. It's not likely that a student will remember that formula years later. So skills might leave you, but knowledge is eternal. In this point, I can use the example of Eklavya, destined to be the greatest archer of all time, but when his thumb was cut off and asked as Guru Dakshina by his Guru, his skill was gone. All that remained was the knowledge to rule his people and rule his people well. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My second question to you is, if knowledge is everything and skills are just overrated, then why the National Education Policy, also known as NEP, which has been implemented by our government in 2020, emphasizes most importantly upon vocational skills and skill-based learning?
Thank you for the question. It is a valid point you're trying to make, and yes, the NEP is trying to focus on skills and vocational training now, but they are not forgetting behind the traditional knowledge system. So yes, the NEP is focusing on skills, but it recognizes that skills alone cannot transform a nation into a knowledge economy. It's not leaving behind knowledge, because in skill-based learning, there's a lack of adaptability, because now with the fourth technological revolution, the AI revolution that is going on, we need adaptability, because if you have a skill like craftsmanship, God forbid something happens to your hand in an accident, you fracture your hand, and because that's the only skill you have, craftsmanship, for the months you're recovering, you'll not have any other source of income, because the only skill you have is craftsmanship, and you're not able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved refreshment break. Please take this opportunity to recharge and get ready for another session of passionate arguments and perspectives. Thank you.
Hello, 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 check, check, hello. Hello, check, hello.
I request the audience to please take their seats. Students at the back.
Hello, check. 1, 2.
We request your kind attention, please. Once again, we would like to repeat the instructions for the smooth conduct of the competition. We request you to please put your phones on silent mode. Please be aware that this event is being live streamed on a larger scale.
We request all the members of the audience to please remain seated throughout the duration of the event.
Welcome back, and without any delay, let's dive into the competition.
So without further ado, let's put our hands together for Team G to take the stage for the motion. Without further ado, let's put our hands together for Team G to take the stage for the motion.
You can cut down a tree with a hammer, but it takes about 30 days. If you trade the hammer for an axe, it will take about 30 minutes. The difference between 30 days and 30 minutes is skill. Good morning, everyone. Today, I, participant, is speaking in favor of the topic. Those classes which merely focus on knowledge imparting without any application of knowledge do not serve any purpose. On our way to become a knowledge economy, we can't just go with the theory. We have to shake hands with 21st century skill teaching. India can count on a number of strengths as it strives to transform itself into a knowledge-based economy. But its key feature is the availability of skilled human capital. It highlights that to get the greatest benefits from the knowledge revolution, India will need to press on with the economic reform agenda that it put into motion a decade ago. It is the skilled human resource that creates the core of a knowledge economy. Research, innovation, scientific progress, and tech evolution. A recent survey has found that 9 out of 10 technology sector employees feel there is a huge gap between academic knowledge versus on-ground skill requirement, highlighting the skill gap in Indian IT industry. The Indian vision of a knowledge-based economy will be realized only when it is based on the foundation of a robust industrial economy. To be truly beneficial, the rain of IT must fall at the right place, in the right quantity, at the right time, and for the right purpose. From a very long time, India has been synonymous with the IT industry and software exports all across the globe. However, do we have what it takes to become a knowledge economy? Interestingly, in the UNDP ranking, India was placed 42 in research, development and innovations, 8 in research institutions prominence, and 1st in internet and telephonic competition. India has seen numbers by 2050, our population will surpass China's. IT is fashionable to say that India's population contributes to its greatest asset, but people are asset only when they participate meaningfully in the cycle of value creation and consumption by buying and exercising power or creating and harnessing power. To transform such a situation, a renewed focus is required on 2 pillars that have supported the growth of every successful economy: a strong infrastructure core and widespread access to education. Distance learning and e-learning are already being flaunted as solutions to India's challenges. But how can the children of the poor and uneducated be provided with incentives to come to school, stay in school, and progress to higher institutions for learning? The answer lies in understanding physiology, psychology, and economics rather than just implementing technology. Dr. Kalam once said, when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is fully lit, economy flourishes. If we truly wish to become a knowledge-based economy with highly skilled and dynamic rather than abundant cheap labor force, we should revamp a profoundly inadequate, inefficient and inequitable health and education system. This is also supported by emerging empirical evidence based on employer surveys. Soft skills enhance employability directly as well as through their indirect impact on professional trainability. The World Bank STEM framework offers relevant guidelines to policymakers, particularly in developing countries, to develop and enhance their labor force, starting with getting children off the right start. As innocuous as it may seem, soft skills may actually hold the key for India to become a knowledge economy. The NEP is a game changer. It is the third policy on education after 1968 and 1986 and paves the way for transformational reform. It comes at an opportune time for the country to reap its benefits from the demographic dividend by 2030 and aligns a move towards a knowledge-based economy. So to conclude, I'd like to say, if we have to realize the vision of developing India into a knowledge-based economy, then policymakers need to concurrently focus on preparing a highly skilled and dynamic workforce. Our knowledge economy is characterized by a culture of innovation. For such a culture to take root, innovation must be rewarded and intellectual property must be protected. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team H to pose questions to Team G.
A very warm morning to everyone present here, esteemed judges, my informed audience and my fellow debaters. My dear friend, I heard your wonderfully crafted speech very patiently, which illustrates your research on the given topic with the UNDP ranks, the development brought by the skill-based learning and everything. If you say so, that the skill-based development has done so much of skill-based learning has done so much of development in India, then why India is ranked way below on knowledge index than countries like Vietnam and Morocco, and also shares the same step on the ladder of knowledge index with war-torn countries like Palestine and Namibia? How would you justify your stance in opposition to such a concrete data?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, it's an interesting one. So to answer, I'd like to say that yes, India might rank lowly in different UNDP rankings, but that's why there is a need for skill-based learning in India. That's why we want to implement in India. And when we talk about knowledge-based rankings, then there might be rankings in some places high or low, but that does not mean that we should totally depend on knowledge. We need skill development in India so as to develop more and more. Thank you.
Dear Speaker, you highlighted the accomplishments of skill-based learning. There have been many initiatives by the government. And do you know what is the amount spent by the government to run these initiatives? 12,000 crores were spent to run these initiatives. So my question to you is, don't you think that if this amount was used on research and development, it would have been more effective, especially seeing the current low investments of just 0.8% in R&D?
Sorry, but could you please repeat?
Sure. Basically, you highlighted the accomplishments of skill-based learning through many policies and programs. The government spent a magnanimous amount of approximately 12,000 crores. So don't you think that if this amount was used on research and development, would have been more effective, especially seeing the current low investments in R&D of just 0.8%?
Thank you for your question. So to answer, I'd like to say that India is a very vast country with a very large population. So India needs to spend a large amount on its people so they
produce more effectively to contribute to the country. And at the present, when it is spending a larger amount, I believe in future the people will give a larger amount to its country in return. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, dear speaker.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team G to present their views against the motion.
The true wealth of a nation lies not in its gold or silver, but in the knowledge of its people. Good morning, everyone. Today, I, participant G2, is here to shed some light on a topic of utmost significance. Will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? In this age of rapid technological advancements and global competition, India's transformation into a knowledge economy is not just a goal, but a necessity. Now the question in hand is whether skill-based learning a catalyst for this transformation. I believe that it is not. Imagine a scenario where a highly skilled individual excels in a specific task but lacks the ability to adapt changing circumstances. Take the example of the rapid evolution in the field of artificial intelligence. A skill-based approach may produce proficient AI developers, but a knowledge-driven education would empower individuals to understand the underlying principles of AI, fostering creativity and innovation. Steve Jobs once said, "It's in Apple's DNA. Technology alone is not enough. It's technology combined with the liberal arts that yields us the results and makes our hearts sing." Whenever it comes to innovation, people know about Japan. Now let us hear one more thing, that Japan's transformation into a knowledge economy was driven up by its investment in knowledge, not skill. The late Japanese Prime Minister aptly stated that Japan's true natural resource is the geniusness of its people. Think about the great minds that have shaped our world. The Einsteins, the Gandhis, the Curies, they were not merely skilled individuals, but the intellectual giants who have changed our understanding of the universe and the society. Rigid skill-based education may produce graduates who are highly specialized in certain areas, but lack the flexibility to adapt changing economic and technological landscapes. You will be shocked to know that according to the reports, close to 9 lakh Indians have given up their citizenship since 2015. In addition to this, 23,000 millennials have left India since 2014. There are many reasons for this kind of brain drain, and one of the reasons is the skill-based learning. Skill-based learning does not encourage the retention of local talent, which lead the skilled individuals to seek opportunities abroad. Skill-based learning requires tools, machineries, trained instructors, and a good integration with technology. Do you think that in a country like India, where a single scheme can't run without corruption, these resources will reach to children? Or they may go in some other hands? Do you still think that skill-based learning will run smoothly in India? No, my dear, there's a huge difference between what is ideal and what is real. A strong focus on specific skills may lead to a mismatch between the skills acquired and the actual requirements of the job market, which may lead to unemployment or underemployment. Let us not forget the cultural tapestry which defines this nation. India's richness lies not only in its skilled artisans or craftsmen, but also in its poets, philosophers, and visionaries who have framed our beliefs. In the realms of thought, where the pathways went, knowledge stands as a beacon enshrined. Skills may wane as the seasons shift, yet knowledge remains as a timeless gift. Just as a butterfly's strength comes from the struggle of emerging out from its cocoon, similarly, the journey of education gains its true value through challenges and efforts. This skill-based learning might seem attractive due to its quick results, but we must be cautious not to disregard the value of a well-rounded education. education in its truest form imparts not only skills but also critical thinking, ethical principles, and a sense of social responsibility. At last, I would like to say that this nation's progress hinges not only in its ability to do any task, but in its capacity to generate new ideas. Thank you.
Now let's welcome the interjector of Team H to pose questions to Team G.
Greetings everyone again. Very well spoken indeed, my dear speaker. Your speech was indeed very thought-provoking. So my first question to you is, you mentioned that Steve Jobs has highlighted the use and the need for skill-based learning. So how can you ensure the authenticity of knowledge-based learning, especially in a country like India where the unemployment rate is 8.1%, poverty rate is 21.9%, and around 68.8% of Indian population still lives in rural regions?
Thank you for your question. Here I would like to say that do you know how many failures did Thomas Edison face to invent that light bulb which we are enjoying nowadays? Factories produce thousands of these light bulbs per day. But how do you think that creation is more important or repetition? Yes, creation is more important, and this will lead to the development of country. And in the thing of unemployment, do you think that removing unemployment will lead to the development? Removing unemployment only does not need the development of the country. Skill-based learning provides an immediate solution to unemployment. But removing unemployment cannot do something for the development of the country. For development, we need creation, new ideas, and a brain which can help us to generate new things. Thank you.
Dear speaker, my second question to you is, you mentioned that Japan depends on its brilliant workforce. But don't you think that history has proven the need for skill-based learning to make a country a knowledge economy? Skills are what turned Paleolithic men into Neolithic ones. Famous cradle civilizations like Indus Valley civilization, Mesopotamian civilization, all relied upon skill. So how can you justify otherwise when history has proven the need for skill-based learning to make any country a knowledge economy?
Thank you for your question. You know that how to develop a program, but you don't know what is the function of CPU. This is the situation nowadays. People know how to do the work, but they don't know the details of the thing. Knowledge-based learning creates the foundation of skills, and without knowledge, we may know that how to do the skills, but we cannot do something for the betterment of that skill. We can repeat the skills that were someday created by some other people, but with only skill-based learning, we cannot create new skills. In fact, we cannot be dependent on some and the same skills throughout our life. We have to create new things. And so, we should know knowledge to make our skills better. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, dear speaker.
The next team to take the stage for the motion is Team H. Welcome them with a huge round of applause.
When learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. And when knowledge is lit, the economy flourishes. Quoted by the missile man, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. A very warm morning to the esteemed judges, august gathering, and my dear friends. Today I, Speaker 1 from Team H, an advocate of progression and development, believing in deeds, stand here to asseverate the opinion of the House that skill-based learning will transform India into a knowledge economy. India is sitting on a potential gold mine of human talent, which boasts of its position as the 5th in GDP, 3rd in space tech, 2nd in railway network, and the 1st with a 65% youth population, the dynamic demographic dividend. Paving the way to India's dream of becoming a knowledge economy, the government, NGOs, and mixed private-public ventures have come forward with institutions such as CII, DGT, MSME, MSDE, etc. Another promising step is the introduction of NEP 2020, which aims to meet the challenge of upskilling our youth at scale with speed and standard, exposing them to multiple career paths, including entrepreneurship. My opponents have tried to blow the trumpet of roadblocks on the highway of this dream. But let me enlighten this school of ideas with its roadways, whereby skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, our nation would become a knowledge economy. Undoubtedly, unarguably, and assuredly. India has taken a gigantic leap from the 81st position in 2015 to the 40th in 2022 on the Global Innovation Index. Not to take a sigh here, 3 of India's cities, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, have been enlisted under 145 cities, which form knowledge powerhouses under the World Knowledge Competitiveness Index. Building blocks like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, and Make in India have already left their imprints on the space and pharma sectors. To prove my point to my worthy opponents, I have a list of concrete examples that will back my stance. The launch of the Mangalyaan spacecraft, PSLV C-35, 106 satellites lowest in cost, and the launch of Vikram S by ISRO, along with the creation of a voice box for Rs50, D2M technology, and Spandan prove India's mettle, where skills when developed can make India a knowledge economy. Another intelligent opponent of mine has tried to create a mirage, where India is in the grip of the sandstorm of age-old economic divide. But let me burst the bubble by stating startling data, where the poverty rate in India has reduced from 55% in 2005 to 16.4% in 2022. Skills have a multifaceted domain, where skills such as vocational training, along with Socratic questioning, critical thinking, leadership, communication, and creative skills reduce and underemployment and increase productivity, which would boost our economy by $570 billion, as certified by the World Economic Forum report released in Jan 2021. Now, after enough of debating and discussing, the discovery declares that new skills and ideas, more than savings or investments, are the keys that will lead to the acquirement of knowledge and will prove to be a pioneering evolution in making India a knowledge economy, for which we have tried. We are trying, and we will try to triumph. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team I to pose questions to Team H.
Check. A blissful morning to all the dignitaries, respected judges, my fellow debaters, and all the audience gathered here. After listening to your optimistic approach to the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a world knowledge economy? My first question for you is, given the current state of India's education system, which often emphasizes rote learning and lacks consistent quality across institutions, so how can skill-based learning be effectively implemented on a large scale to ensure uniform skill development and truly transform the nation into a world knowledge economy?
Understood. Thank you so much for your question, dear interjector. It is a great one indeed. Firstly, I would like to address a common misconception that skills are just limited to vocational training. Actually, this is not true. Skills have different branches which include vocational skills along with cognitive skills. Now, when we talk about this accessibility, there are many initiatives and steps taken by the government. For example, the new national education policy, which has already been implemented, which basically introduces these skill-based learning patterns into the traditional education system of our students. Other than this, the government has also collaborated with various institutions over the country. For example, different IITs and IIMs, and they are providing skill-based and they are actually providing free online skill development courses. Other than this, we also have initiatives, for example, there are different institutions set up. For example, the sector skill councils, skill gurukuls, or even the skill hub initiative. Right now, standing on the stage, I can say that definitely we have been making a progress in implementing skill-based learning, because today's event itself is a great example for that. Right now, we speakers and the interjectors also are using their knowledge on the topic to are using their skills to actually present their knowledge on the topic very well to the audience. Now, to end my answer, I'd like to say something that I very strongly believe in. The mountain top is within reach if you just keep climbing. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. My second question for you is, of many issues, the most prominent one being a common misdemeanor that people are shooting videos of an ailing person instead of getting them medical attention just for internet clout. For instance, a recent case being a district magistrate laundering 17 crores off of the funds of Bihar flood relief to his private company. Walking down the road of history of when India was known as the golden sparrow of the world, that is when the Britishers started exploiting the Indian rulers who wanted to perpetuate their lavish lifestyles. So how can you suggest that skill-based learning can keep a check on these devious skills and candidly transform the nation into a world knowledge economy?
Okay. Thank you so much for your question, dear interjector. I must say it's a brilliant one. So basically the skills that we have been imparting through skill-based learning include the various skills which I mentioned in my speech too. And even the NEP, for example, while researching, I came across the fact that the NEP also teaches students green skills. So green skills are basically the skills that are required by people to be able to live in a sustainable environment, as on how to be a very good citizen, not waste any resources, and also be able to live properly in a place which is dependent upon resources and not depleting them. Now, skill-based learning has proved to be very efficient for this fact. To end my answer, I'd like to say that Rome wasn't built in a day. So such processes, they would most definitely take time. We need to appreciate what the government is doing and actually encourage it. And like I said in my previous answer, the mountain top is within reach if you just keep climbing. The initiatives being taken right now may seem to be baby steps. But after all, a baby also needs to take its first steps in order to learn how to walk or run. With this, I end my answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team H to present their views against the motion.
In this garden of knowledge, let us not be content with the cultivation of a few blooms, but rather let us tend to the flourishing diversity of thought that blossoms into the tapestry of knowledge. Good morning, elite panel of judges, intellectual audience, and my dear friends. Acknowledging the economic predicament of my country, I, Prateek of Team H, takes the pride and privilege to vehemently oppose the motion of this House and present my perspective and perception that just skill-based learning is not enough to transform India into a knowledge economy. CAM, or Knowledge Assessment Model Index of World Bank, crystal clearly clarifies that a knowledge economy festers more on acquisition, sharing, and creation of knowledge as its primary lucrative capital in comparison to a skilled workforce. My worthy opponents have tried to sensitize this issue by giving a list of programs and policies. But let me peel the onion layer by layer, giving you its bitter essence. NSDC skillfully trained 5.2 million people, where only 1.2 million were served the platter of employment. To add on, PMKVY, a twin scheme, could only provide jobs to 1 in 4 against heavy investments of thousands of crores. Now, to clear the utopian dust from the mirror of reality, may I highlight that mushrooming of institutions and enrollment has increased, but their quality has decreased. Unequal distribution of wealth and income has led to an accelerated brain drain. Huge gender disparity leads to inaccessibility of skills by the female workforce compared to their male counterparts. Uncontrolled population, bureaucratic red tapes, corruption, and non-conducive socio-economic environment has turned these policies visionless and thoughtless and has proved their implementation to be a big failure. So my dear fellow debaters and multitude of intellectuals, isn't this whole argument of just skill-based learning leading India to become a knowledge economy, a canvas of ignorance painted with fantasies? Skills which are production intensive, not knowledge intensive, may improve our GDP. But to transform India into a large knowledge powerhouse, initiative and incentive should be focused on research and development, innovation, and a well-rounded intellectual education. My worthy opponents have tried to create a hypnotic spell by giving an illusionistic output of skill-based learning. But let me give you a rectified bird's eye view that skills are transient, standing on an ever-changing landscape, which is not sustainable in the long run and requires constant upscaling and still can be automated. Meticulous medical diagnostics, futuristic financial research, lawful legal analysis, justified journalism, and many other examples illuminate the path with profound wisdom and boundless potential of knowledge. The concept of a knowledge economy is built upon a foundation of intellectual property, cutting-edge research, and international collaboration. Knowledge-based education is an arrow that shoots two targets. When individuals acquire in-depth knowledge of a subject, it leads to innovation and creativity, which further leads to creation of new industries and job opportunities, which can propel India into a direction of global knowledge leadership. Advocating my authentic argument, but bounded by time, I leave the stage, but not my stance, for you all to ponder, introspect, and contemplate. The reign of cognitive exploration must fall at the right place, in the right quantity, at the right time, and for the right purpose. In fact, they say a lot has been done, but I call enough is to be done. Thank you all.
Now I request the interjector of Team I to pose questions to Team H.
Check. Okay. After listening to your valuable speech against the motion, will skill-based learning transform India into a world knowledge economy? My first question for you is, knowledge is theoretical. It is the intellectual understanding of information and knowing the correct answers, whereas skills are practical. There are instances where people put their knowledge into use. For example, IIT and MBBS colleges, despite arduous examinations, collude to skill-based learning. Most of the colleges in India prefer skills. So don't you agree that skill-based learning has the potential to transcend India into a world knowledge economy?
Thank you for your question, dear interjector. It's indeed a great one. First of all, while skill-based learning may give India a competent workforce, it may not be enough, it may not be the driving force behind scientific breakthroughs and innovation upon which a knowledge economy thrives. Recently, the NEP introduced a national research fund of 5,000 crores. This shows that even the government have started shifting their focus on knowledge-based learning instead of skill-based learning. Coming back to your question, you have confined knowledge-based learning just to academics. However, knowledge-based learning also include cognitive abilities, creativity, and topmost innovation. There's a difference between a strong economy and a strong knowledge-based economy, which will gain precedence in the future. This can be clearly understood by giving the example of China. China is the world's largest economy and perhaps the wealthiest in the world. It has a pool of large skilled workers. Although China is still at the 31st spot on the Global Knowledge Index. This shows that a mere focus on skill-based learning cannot transform India into a knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. A knowledge economy is characterized by the production and utilization of knowledge for economic growth and overall development of a country. So how can you suggest that a non-skilled and non-creative populace would innovate and contribute to this cause?
Thank you for your question, dear interjector. A well-rounded intellectual education can help individuals to think out of the box, create innovations, and engage in dialogues that drive progress. The institutes such as AIMS, IISERs, and IISc, IITs, AIMS, have proved their mettle in the world that even India can progress in a sector like research and development. Coming back to your question. To compete in a globally inclusive world, it is equally important to focus on research and development, innovation, and a globally inclusive education, because otherwise it might hinder India's growth into a knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers.
The next team to take the stage for the motion is Team I. Let's encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Fill your life with experience, not things. Have stories to tell, not objects to show. At times, a wise man understood importance of skill. It was none other than my great-grandfather. In an oppressive desert, where living on agricultural practices were not possible, the women of the village used to make hand-sewn bags, and the men used to sell them in the market with their marketing skills. Whereas in the neighborhood village, the conditions were totally opposite. Men used to roam in place to place in search of livelihood. Women and children used to cry in sorrow and bitter of what will happen to them in future. What does it state? It states that if skills are used in correct place, they can flourish the economy. The more we give importance to skill development, the more competent will be our youth. These are the words by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. Respected judges, honorable auditors, teachers, and my fellow debaters, a very meticulous morning to one and all present here. Today, I'm here to speak in the favor of the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? A knowledge economy creates values through knowledge-intensive activities and is based on intellectual capital than physical inputs or natural resources. But why knowledge economy? Because knowledge is something which cannot be taken away from us, rather than natural resources or physical contribution. Do you know, US, Japan, and Germany are some of the major countries which lead the world in knowledge economy. But surprisingly, India was placed 97th out of 154 countries. How much confidence does it give you? Not really, but then why are we here on this wonderful day to debate this topic? Because there is a hope. On the same index of UNDP's Global Index 2021, India was placed 42nd on research, innovation, and development, 8th in institutions, and first on internet and telephone competitions. But wait a second, are we missing out something? Obviously, skill-based learning. Skill-based learning is an approach that emphasizes practical learning and competency that apply to real-world situations rather than just acquiring knowledge. People in India have some misconceptions about what skills are. Skills doesn't stop on a person being a plumber, carpenter, or a farmer. It extends to doctors, engineers, artists like dancers and singers, because they are able to treat their patients, create softwares, and exchange their cultures. Express the views. Today, I am standing here in front of you all, presenting my views are in those skills. Most of artists also have IIT and MBBS degrees, but they chose their passion, and now they're the position we can't even imagine about. A bird flying high in the sky, touching the clouds with its skill. That was our India. In Gurukulas, students were taught according to their interest. It made a happy and flourishing economy. But what happened next? Foreigners and invaders changed our education system and made it totally different.
Isn't it just like you're telling Arjuna to hold a gada and fight with it, and Bhima to arrow the bird's eye? Bhima to arrow the bird's eye. Even the government of India have understood importance of skill and implementation of policies like NEP 2020, which emphasizes learning on early stage 7 to 14, which makes learning process easy for them. And we see our classmates and schoolmates happy very often because they are getting the subjects which they want. Subjects which they want. In conclusion, I would like to add, future belongs to those who learn skills and combine them in creative ways. But do you know that the illiteracy rate of India is 22.03%, which is 280 million people? That is a huge number. But what can be done to the literate yet unemployed population? They can be transformed into skilled workers. They will know their worth and support their families. They will be a human capital for our country rather than being alive. They will be an asset. Then all of us Indian together can proudly say that 21st century is an Indian century because we will conquer the world by learning all the 21st century skills. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team J to pose questions to Team I.
Thank you for your excellent questions, dearest debater. My first question to you goes like this. Even if skill-based education will transform India into a knowledge economy, there may still be a massive problem up ahead. In a knowledge economy, there are many rapid technological changes as well as changes in the demands of the industries. Due to these rapid changes, the skills taught in skill-based education and the skills required in the economy may suffer a massive gap. So, are there any ways for skill-based education to account for this problem? And if so, how?
Thank you so much for your thought-provoking question. The values are in the roots of skills. As the generation is changing so rapidly, human nature is to adapt changes around it. And by changing our and by adapting to those skills which are in the roots, we can say that humans living in the country will be able to adapt to the changes that have been occurring very recently. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent answer. My second question to you is this. Out of the 18 to 23-year-olds in India, around 73% of them are not in higher education. This number, as you can imagine, is quite massive. So, if skill-based education is implemented, wouldn't these massive population of 18 to 23-year-olds suffer a loss as they would not be getting a higher education?
Thank you so much for your question. As we all know, India is rapidly going towards becoming a knowledge economy. But in the path, there are few stones, and those are the problems of infrastructure, higher education, and spendings on R&D. This is having a solution. The awareness amongst the population. People are aware of their rights. They can raise their voice if they feel neglected by the education system that is occurring in our current states. Even the people living in India have been made aware of their rights, the rights in which they have access to raise their voice, and when they will raise the voice against any of the neglection that they feel they will be. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request your attention, please. Our patron, Major General Ashish Shah, GOC 33 Armored Division, and Mrs. Preeti Shah, Chairperson, .FWO, have joined us, and I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. So far, we have heard the perspectives of 10 teams, and up next, we are expecting fresh perspectives of the next two teams, Team K and Team L. With your permission, sir, may I proceed? Thank you, sir.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team I to speak against the motion.
Knowledge is like money. To be of value, it must circulate, and in circulating, it can increase in quantity and hopefully in value. A very bright and cheerful morning to respected judges and all the audience gathering. Today I am standing in front of you to speak against the motion on the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? Let's first reverse the topic and understand what is knowledge economy. It is characterized by the production and utilization of knowledge for economic growth and overall development. While skill-based education mainly focuses on practical application and hands-on experiences, it prioritizes short-term outcome over long-term understanding. Norway is a country which leads the world in skill-based learning, but have a GDP of just $590 billion and holds 24th position in the world economy. On the other hand, USA focuses on giving quality education to its students and have a whopping GDP of $25 trillion and holds first position in the global economy. So with this fact, I deny the fact that skill-based education will transform India into a knowledge economy. India has been facing many problems since independence, the first being population explosion. Indian population, which is often seen as a resource, but trust me, it is not. It is not a resource until and unless it has been properly educated and filled with values. The second being infrastructure. India holds 33rd rank in infrastructural development, and because of this poor utilization of infrastructure, it is very difficult to be a knowledge economy. The third being cost. An average cost for education of doctors in universities is $30,000, which is approximately 25 lakh Indian rupees. Similarly, most of the high-paying skills are either overpriced or unaffordable because of corruption. Corruption in India is like chemical fertilizers, which increase the yields but erode the soil. Our own emphasis on skill-based education can create a fertile ground for corruption. Corruption not only erodes the credibility of our education system, but also undermines the very foundation on which a knowledge economy should stand on: integrity, authority, and trust. Our country was following continuous comprehensive evaluation method, which was assessment mandated by Right to Education Act of India in 2009, but it was discontinued by declaring it a failure in 2017. Don't you think that to make our students future leaders, our policymakers and intellectuals must be crystal clear about their policies and save valuable time and resources of our country? According to Bloom's taxonomy, there are three main domains for every learning process. They are cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Skill-based education mainly emphasizes on psychomotor domains, ignore cognitive and affective, the most important domains. Now let's create a deep understanding of lacunas that lies in skill-based education by plight of the bangle maker of Firozabad, the stone workers of Rajasthan, and the Tanjore painters of Tamil Nadu and Dudi weavers of Madhya Pradesh. These people are born in poverty, live in poverty, and even die in poverty. We should not forget that these skilled people, including their children, are skilled workers. People of Manipur who are enriched with one of the most interesting fighting techniques, Thangcha, but is it disappearing with time and giving lot of space to religious riots. Jammu Kashmir, the heaven of the world, a treasure for art and craft, known for its pashminas, silverware, copperware, and embroidered shawl. Then why it has been covered with the dark shadow of terrorism? Are we in a position to deny with the fact that these skilled people need quality education to uplift their life first and be an asset for our country? Now let's talk about some geopolitics. India's education system is still very poor and can't be compared with Sweden's. Sweden, one of the most global economies in the world, is provide free and quality education to its people, which help them to become a knowledge economy in this very short period of time. There was a golden bird flying high in the sky, knowing all the skill, but still captivated by the intruders. Yes, I am talking about India. In the past, we were known as the golden sparrow of world. We were having one of the most skilled population. Our economy was flourishing, but still we were enslaved by the British. They implemented divide and rule policy and colonized us for more than 200 years. They manipulate and traumatize us. This intangibly shows the fact that skill-based education solely cannot make an individual or a country powerful. Hence, overall development is need for India today. At last, I would like to contribute myself by saying, No thief, however skillful, can rob one of knowledge. And that's why knowledge is the best and safest treasure to acquire. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now I request the interjector of Team J to pose questions to Team I.
Thank you for your excellent points, dear debater. My first question to you is that in countries such as Finland, Switzerland, and New Zealand, which are the countries that use skill-based education the most out of the entire world, are also countries that stand in the top list of the most knowledgeable economies of the world. If these countries, with their lack of theory-based education, can rise to the top of the knowledge-based economies of the world, then why can't something like that happen to our very own country, India?
Thank you for your thought-provoking question, my friend. I would like to prove my stance by saying that knowledge is not just theoretical. It is a consolidation of theoretical and practical knowledge and value and skill-based education. First, we need to understand that these all our steps are to become a knowledge economy. Neither theoretical knowledge nor skill-based knowledge can be left behind in the path of becoming a knowledge economy. As you have mentioned in your question, countries such as Finland, Switzerland, and Finland are knowledge economy and focuses on skill-based education. But the fact is, before even getting towards skill-based education, theoretical knowledge is as important as skill-based knowledge. And there are many people, there are many problems for India in road of becoming a knowledge economy, which I have discussed in my speech. These are overpopulation, cost of education, and there is a very significant problem. Is it discrimination, corruption? All these problems won't let India become a knowledge economy until and unless we provide a quality education to our poor people or common people of India. This will help them to guide them what is wrong and what correct. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent answer. My second question to you is that skill-based education does not only just include skill, it also includes theory, just with a greater focus on the former. We are, of course, not talking about skill education, we are talking skill-based education. Even in India's theory-based education system, there are still many practical skills being taught. In addition, these skilled workers, armed with both skills and knowledge, albeit the knowledge is less focused on as compared to theory-based education, will be able to transform India from a poor country into a knowledgeable and rich one. This will also solve many other issues plaguing India, such as infrastructural problems and corruption problems, as you have mentioned. Do you still think that skill-based education will be unable to transform India into a knowledge economy?
May I ask you to please repeat your question?
Yes. Skill-based education includes both theory and skills. It is, unfortunately, more focused on the former as compared to theory-based education. As you have said in your speech, skills are necessary, but you also need knowledge. People who come from this approach will be able to solve many of the problems that you have mentioned in your speech as well: corruption, poverty, and infrastructural problems. Do you still think skill-based education is unable to transform India into a knowledge economy?
Thank you for your thought-provoking question, my friend. But you have actually proven my point in your question also. You have said that education will help them to help our country to exploit the problems such as corruption and poverty. But the fact is that most of the Indian population, the literacy rate of India is 77.7% even after implementation of Right to Education Act of 2009. And more than 280 million people of India are still uneducated. Even let me give you an example. If you are driving a car or a bike and if you're caught without wearing a seat belt, what we do? We just give 500 rupees or 2000 rupees to the policeman, and he doesn't file a case against us. This is how corruption is deep-rooted in our education, in our society. That's why education is very needed for our society in order to remove corruption and poverty. And as also mentioned, the people such as bangle maker of Firozabad, stone workers of Rajasthan, and all these people are not getting access to quality education. If they are getting a quality education, they will become more skilled and they will provide their facilities in such a platform of online e-commerce form. And that's why knowledge is the basic necessity of India in road of becoming a powerful and a knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
The next team to take the stage for the motion is Team J. Welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Dr. Manmohan Singh, the 13th Prime Minister of India, said, and I quote, "India happens to be a rich country inhabited by poor people." A very warm and auspicious good morning to all distinguished judges, participants, and learned audience. Today I stand before you to speak in favor of option, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? Well, before having this thought-provoking debate, it's vital to know what a knowledge economy is. Knowledge economy as a term was popularized by Peter Drucker in his 1966 book, The Effective Executive. A knowledge economy value through knowledge-intensive activities, relying more on intellectual capital than physical inputs or natural resources. The key to this transformation is a skilled human resource that creates the core of a knowledge economy. India, a country with such a vast population and diverse skills, has been striving to transform its economy into a knowledge-driven one. According to some reports, India can transform itself into a knowledge economy by 2047. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? I hope my worthy opponents are aware of the fact that our country has one of the world's largest and youngest populations, and to think that one can harness this advantage easily is, in my opinion, childish. This demographic advantage can only be harnessed through skill-based learning and employment opportunities that matches the needs of a global market. Not only this, but our country has the potential to become a global leader in various industries if it can provide a skilled workforce. I hope my opponents will also agree that money is not the currency of an ever-evolving world, but skills are. Skill-based education promotes inclusive economic growth by providing individuals from diverse backgrounds with an opportunity to acquire valuable skills. I repeat, valuable skills. And here I find my learned opponents defending theoretical knowledge. Well, here I have to mention one thing. In the eyes of Indian parents, there are only 4 professions: doctors, engineers, lawyers, and disappointment. Every year, students are burdened with subjects having theory, viva, practical, internal, external, and whatnot. But at the time of job placements, everyone wants an individual with aptitude, high problem-solving thinking, critical thinking, and possibly a charming personality. Well, skill-based education promotes inclusive growth, as well as it is not mutually exclusive to knowledge-based economy. Where does this end? Our economy is in distress, and the solution lies in vocational training. Thus, investing in skill-based learning is not just a choice, but a necessity. However, to fully realize the potential of skill-based learning, significant efforts are required in curriculum design, industry collaboration, and teacher training. The Indian government has taken many initiatives to transform its economy into a knowledge economy. Let's take an example of South Korea. Even a country like South Korea transitioned into a knowledge economy in just 15 years. Then why can't we? I know my worthy opponents may raise a point that South Korea is comparatively a smaller country than India. Yes, I agree that India's vast demographic diversity presents unique challenges in its transition to a knowledge economy. However, it is also important to note down that each and every country's journey is distinct. South Korea's transformation may not be directly replicable, but India can still work towards becoming a knowledge economy by adapting its strategies to its own context. In conclusion, the prospect of skill-based learning holds a potential catalyst for India's journey towards becoming a knowledge economy. In the grand tapestry of our discourse today, one truth emerges undeniably powerful. That is, the evolution from skill-based learning to a knowledge economy is a seismic shift that holds the potential to reshape nations and the world. I rest my case with the quotation by George Bernard Shaw: Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Thank you.
Now, I request the interjector of Team K to pose questions to Team J.
Good morning, friend. Good morning, friend. As you said in your speech about the skills, my question for you is, how can skill-based learning ensure that a student may receive a comprehensive education that may not include only vocational skill and also abroad understanding various subjects?
Thank you for your question. Well, I see where you're coming from, but I'd like to offer a different perspective. Skill-based learning also ensures that vocational training has been done. It also enhances the intellectual curiosity of a student. Skill-based learning will actually develop our economy as a whole. Let's just talk about the students. We as students, what do we need as students? We want a very good accountability. We need to take our own responsibility. Skill-based learning will ensure students to have a higher level of education with skills. When you will be able to implement skills in your daily life, at that moment you will realize that skills are a valuable asset in economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice answer. My next question for you is, how can skill-based learning initiative promote gender equality for women and equal access of training opportunity in India?
Thank you for your question, esteemed interjector. Well, when we are talking about skills, we are not biasing toward men or women. We are talking about an individual who is equipped with practical skills. Skill-based learning will actually provide incentives to women as well. Let's just take example of Germany. Germany had emphasized on its foundation of education, but in Germany there were many incentives and policies that the government implemented that retained people there from a gender inequality. Not only this, but skill-based learning is actually really equal, because there people won't go and judge people on their genders. Their people will actually be selected on the basis of their skills that they possess. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent answer.
Thank you.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team J to present their views against the motion.
Kofi Annan once said, and I quote, "The global economy is becoming a knowledge economy, where each individual's knowledge and skills are new properties that enable them to produce economic value." A very warm good morning to one and all present here. Today I stand before you to speak on the motion, "Will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy?" Well, I'm here to prove you that it will not. In an era characterized by rapid technological advancement and evolving global landscape, the role of education has never been more pivotal in shaping our nation's economic growth than now. For quite some time, there has been a debate about advantages of implementing a skill-based or perhaps a theory-based approach to learning. Though many are hoping for a definitive universal rule to make this decision, it is simply not that easy. I wish to bring to the notice of my esteemed listeners that a nation that plans to develop seeks to become a knowledge economy. But then it is imperative to understand what exactly is a knowledge economy. Without understanding the term, how can we debate on it? According to Adam Hayes on Investopedia, a knowledge economy is a system of consumption and production that is based on intellectual capital. It refers to the ability to capitalize on the basis of scientific discoveries and applied research. Skill-based learning, on the other hand, focuses on developing specific types of skills or abilities that are directly applicable to a particular type of task, job, or contest. Our education system wants to emphasize on skill-based learning, but is it really enough to change our nation, our India, into a knowledge economy? Well, I
leave it alone will not. And through my arguments, I shall prove it to you. A knowledge economy is made up of four pillars: economic incentive and institutional regime, education and human resources, the innovation system, and information and communication infrastructure. While skill-based learning is undoubtedly important in developing a nation in terms of education, it cannot transform India into a knowledge economy on its own. Skill-based learning focuses on developing a child's real-life skill and is more focused on capabilities than grades. However, this only covers one pillar, and that is education and human resources. What about the other three pillars then? In addition to that, relying only on skill-based learning may result in an individual having limited set of skills, which will come in the way of tackling new and complex challenges. Unless there is a broad education system that includes strong foundation of theoretical knowledge, problem solving, and critical thinking, we may fail to address unforeseen issues like new technologies that we are every day flooded with. A person who has only been taught through skill-based learning may struggle to communicate and collaborate effectively with professionals from other fields. It is necessary for my honorable audience to know that a knowledge economy is complex. Building a knowledge economy requires many interconnected factors like investment in research and development, technological advancement, intellectual property protection, and a supportive policy environment. And I'm afraid that skill-based learning may not address all of these factors on its own. Furthermore, skill-based education may inadvertently perpetuate social economic inequalities in a knowledge economy. Access to quality education and training, which are essential for skill-based learning, may be limited for a certain group of people. This might also widen the gap between the rich and the poor. Apart from all of these things, the skills required in a knowledge economy are constantly evolving due to new technologies being introduced and the ever-changing industry demands. With the demand for skills that are changing every now and then, people might not be able to keep up with these differences if they are only taught through skill-based learning, which will ultimately widen the skills gap between what is taught and what is actually needed in a knowledge economy. In conclusion, while skill-based learning is important, a knowledge economy also needs a strong foundation of critical knowledge. Without a solid knowledge base, individuals may lack the depth of understanding and critical thinking necessary for innovation and advancement of a knowledge economy. With that, I rest my stance. Thank you.
Now, request the interjector of Team K to pose questions for Team J.
Good morning, friend. I listened to your speech very carefully. The question for you is, how will skill-based learning contribute to reducing unemployment rate in India and promoting gender equality?
Thank you for your wonderful question. Skill-based learning will not perpetuate employment or gender inequalities in society, because skill-based learning is focused on skills of a person. It does not mean that it will contribute to unemployment or gender equalities, because skill-based learning which actually help them, but we also need theoretical knowledge. If we are only focused on skill-based learning and are being implemented in an education system, then we might perpetuate socio-economic inequalities in a knowledge economy, not gender biasness or unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice answer. My next question for you is, how will skill-based learning foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in India?
Thank you for the question. Both skill-based learning and theoretical knowledge will foster innovation and advancement of a knowledge economy. We need them to implement a strong foundation of to make a knowledge economy. In addition to that, we also need the other three pillars, as I have mentioned: an economic incentive and supportive policy environment to implement both skill-based and theoretical based. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
The next team to take the stage for the motion is Team K. So let's encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the entire world. Good morning, esteemed judges, fellow debaters, and respected audience. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us deal with the topic, will scale-based learning transform India into knowledge economy? Before going into the topic, let us see what is skill-based learning. Skill-based learning is an approach in which skill is acquired through practice and application. It boosts up responsibility, initiatives, confidence, and self-regulation. It helps a child to develop problem-solving strategies and thinking. Make a child to be creative in the way they gain their knowledge and experiences. Now let us see what is knowledge economy. Knowledge economy is an economy in which growth is dependent upon quality, quantity, and accessibility of the information available rather than some means of production. The term knowledge economy was given by Peter Drucker in his book The Age of Discontinuity. Skill development can lead to increased employment opportunities for individuals. According to National Skill Development Corporation, 14 million people are being employed across various sectors in 2019. It significantly contributes to a country's GDP. As per the World Bank, India's GDP was 2.87 trillion USD in year 2019. It plays a crucial role in sustaining economic growth. It reduces the issue of unemployment in the country. As per the data from Periodic Labour Force Survey, the unemployment rate in India declined from 6.1% to 4.8% in the year 2019, which is a beneficial changes in the country. It bridges up the gap between social and economic zones and empowers individuals from different diversities. As per the data from National Skill Development Corporations, 64% of trained candidates were from rural areas in the year 2019. It also uplifts the rural applications and help them to get relevant skills which are needed in their daily lives. It also reduces the urban migrations and make all the regional developments. As in the country, our India have a substantial youth population and they spend lakhs of money to get educated and employed, but they are not employed in the country. But skill-based learning ensures that each and everyone get employed in various sectors and provides a proper field practicing from technical expertise to soft skills such as communication and leadership. It increases the productivity and competitiveness among the students and the youth. They ensure that the graduates are educated but not employed and they are prepared to enter into a new job market. A great philosopher Leonardo da Vinci said, learning never exhausts the mind. Skill-based learning facilitates continuous learning and helps to get employable in the field of technological industries and shit. A skilled workforce can attract foreign direct investments. As of the 2001 year, India was one of the most important countries establishing 41,000 startup ecosystem globally, which is a very proud for India. Now let me tell, in the medical care, a skilled person can tackle medical issue very properly and the outcomes are much better than any other. At last, I would like to conclude my speech by a famous quote said by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the more we will focus on skill-based learning, the more competent our youth will be. Thank you for giving me a patience listening.
Now I request the interjector of Team L to pose questions to Team K.
Thank you. My friend, you really gave some good points. However, Now I would like to ask you my first question. You talked that we should include soft skills in our curriculum, as people are not able to get jobs because they lack skills like leadership, empathy, and integrity. So my question to you is that how can we effectively assess these soft skills and life skills as well to minimize subjectivity and ensure a fair and accurate evaluation?
As I mentioned in my speech, skill-based learning provides a great field to practice any of our skills such as leadership and communication. And such as we are going to giving a competitive exam, we are giving subjective exams, but there is a last interview question which the skill-based learnings are checked. As we all know, let us take an example of civil services. We are giving 2 proper exams of subjective, but at last the interview is taken to just see the communication skills of the candidate, and on this the judgment is done. So I can say that skill-based learning can effectively get us into the subjective topic. Thank you.
So you also said that skill-based education will help in increasing employment rate, and it will also help in increasing our GDP. And I agree. But can you please tell me that how is it helping us to transform our economy into a knowledge economy? As increased GDP will only strengthen our economy, not transform it into knowledge economy.
Firstly, thank you for your question. Firstly, I said that knowledge economy is based on the available information we had. Now, I am saying that the skill-based learning have the to change the employable. As see in rural areas, people are making some of the crafts and selling it into the market, and they are gaining, and they are acquiring knowledge from that. These knowledge in the foreign countries are very valuable. These knowledge are making them expertise in many things and gaining a new experiences. Knowledge doesn't mean only subjective topics. Knowledge means to have a proper information on the topic that we are reading or going through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team K to present their views against the motion.
Good morning, esteemed Chief Guest of the Day, Honorable Panel of Jury, and all my fellow participants present in the hall. Today, we are going to deal with the topic, will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? Today, I am going to keep my points against the motion. Let us start with the quote of a famous writer, Shanol L. Elder. We teach kids how to count, but we don't teach kids what counts the most. Let us start with knowing what is knowledge economy. Knowledge economy or knowledge-based economy, it is an economic status in which the goods and service is based on the information available, not on the means of production. Despite of having skill-based training initiative, there is a still significant mismatch in a job market. According to the All India Council of Technical Education, around 60% of engineer graduates are unemployed or underemployed due to lack of prevalent skills. The overemphasis on skill-based learning may reduce the expenditure on research and development. As per UNESCO Institute of Statistics, around 0.69% of Indian GDP was expenditured on research and development in India, reflecting the potential, but we are neglecting the crucial aspects. The overemphasis on skill-based learning also disrupt the traditional industries, such as textile industries of Bandhani saris, which still plays a significant role in the Indian economy. The Indian economic ecosystem faces problems in standardization, assessment, and recognition of right skills. According to the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, around 77% of employees face problems in recruitment of new candidates with right skills. The skill-based training might not adequately address these gender disparities. As per World Bank, around 20.4% in 2019, the women force participation was, highlighting the target to bridge the gender gap, but we are unable to fulfill this gender gap. The skill-based learning also need to access to technology, which is not widely available in all parts of India. Why? Because of the poverty and the unawareness of the persons. The skill-based learning also adequately address the rural-urban divided India,
as in the all regions of India is not available the better access to training opportunities and better access to training opportunities centers for trainings. As per National Sample Survey offices told us that the urban area has better access to technology and than the rural areas. The overemphasis on skill-based learning also disturbs the traditional education system, as we need the strong base and academics for the skill-based learning. If we disturb this if we disturb the overemphasizing on the skill-based learning, which pursuing a culture of certificates, collecting of certificates, which is not widely available, and the people would be not be acquiring the knowledge for the skill and the education knowledge. And if we overemphasize on the skills and development, it would be not helping in the well-being of the persons. At the end, I would like to conclude my words with the great words of the great scientist and philosopher Albert Einstein. Our mind is not a vessel to be filled. Our mind is a fire to be kindled. Thank you and have a nice day.
Now, I request the interjector of Team L to present questions to Team K.
Thank you. My friend, you also made some pertinent points. However, my first question to you is that you said we need to emphasize on theoretical knowledge as well. And that's why we need to keep our traditional education system in place. But NEP, that is our approach towards skill-based education, it asserts that skill-based education will bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge. So don't you think that it is doing what you are asking for? So how can you say that our approach towards skill-based education is not the right approach?
First of all, thank you for your question. NEP is trying to bridge the gender gap, but it is not be adequately done the part which I am asking for, as the skill-based learning is adequately for doing the skill for a skill of a person. We need the education to be strong, because if the academics and the strong knowledge will be sharpened for the kids and our students, then the skill-based learning also help.
So my second question is, you said that skill-based education might increase inequality. And we agree that the mental faculty of each individual is different. But skill-based education, it recognizes that students cannot excel in every field in traditional academic settings. So don't you think that with this personalized approach, with this more inclusive approach, everyone will be able to contribute in our economy and eventually help it transform it?
It's a little tricky question, but let me try to answer it. The gender inequality is common in India, as we see in our surrounding. The women are restricted to go out of the house at nights, because as I'm also a girl, so I know that my parents say that don't be out late at night, because they feel you are unprotected. As in the employment sectors, I would like to say that the gender disparities in the employment rate, as I told, the women force participation was 20.4%. Why it is so? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The final team to take the stage for the motion is Team L. So let's encourage them with a huge round of applause.
Let's stop running away from change. It is high time we acknowledge that in order to meet the requirements of the ever-changing business world, we need to look for innovative ways to equip our future workforce with necessary skills and talents. A very warm good morning to esteemed judges and the mindful audience. Today I, Vidhi Yadav, am going to speak for the motion. since I firmly believe that skill-based education will definitely transform India into a knowledge economy. Let me begin by drawing your attention towards the fact that skill-based learning is a very broad topic, and its scope is also very vast. It may include ever-essential life skill, soft skill, or professional skill. I would like to throw some light on how each and every category helps in our progress towards a knowledge economy. When I talk about life skills, I think my worthy opponents will also agree with me that life skills are essential and play a crucial role in shaping a society. We can't possibly be ignoring them under no circumstances. They are timeless. After all, who doesn't like some integrity and empathy in their employees or their boss? Coming to soft skills, often called 21st century skills. Well, again, they play a critical role in bridging the gap between what the industry wants and what we deliver. So, how can we embrace these skills in our education system? The primary and secondary school education will benefit us in the long run. However, it needs to be tempered with 21st century skills like problem solving, critical thinking, collaboration, and so on. The key lies in aligning education and training programs with industry demands, thereby ensuring that individuals are equipped with the right skills to secure a gainful employment. With a strong foundation of all subjects, coupled with life skills and soft skills, we will become a formidable workforce. The NEP 2020, with its focus on fundamental literacy, numeracy, and skill-based learning, is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. Now, allow me to elaborate on vocational or professional skills. How are they going to help us in becoming a knowledge economy? One may argue that innovation, technology, and increased investment in R&D is critical for becoming a knowledge economy. But my dear friends, I would like to ask you, can all of us have the aptitude for higher studies? Can each one of us become an expert in science and technology? Well, we can't turn a blind eye to the fact that we are not only diverse in our traditions and cultures, but also in our mental abilities and capabilities. Keeping this in mind, we have to make sure that our students are aware of the diverse career options available to them. Let me give an example of our own school, which has introduced skill-based learning, and it has made the students aware of the myriad career options available to them, like designing, marketing, mass media, and so on. One never knows how a simple endeavor can turn into something big, like Digit Papad, where 7 Gujarati women decided to put to use their most veritable skill, cooking. Today, the company has 45,000 legit sisters and a turnover of 1,600 crores in 2019. So, I hope I have proved beyond any doubt that skills, life skills, soft skill, or professional skills, all are vital and contributing towards transforming India into a knowledge economy. I urge all of you to go, skill yourself. Thank you.
Now I request the interjector of Team A to pose questions to Team L.
Greetings to all present here. I found your comments and arguments really appropriate. The examples and policies of which you talk about were really pertinent. But still, there are some questions in my mind. So I want to ask you that how do you propose to bridge the potential gap between practical skills that are acquired through skill-based learning and the theoretical understanding that is often necessary for the innovations and advancement of a country?
Thank you for your question. I would like to answer it by saying that National Education Policy 2020 has added skills in the academic traditional pursuit. So both of these will go hand in hand for the future. We will be bridging the gap by taking skills and the traditional academic pursuit together, and we won't be messing with the children's education. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful perspective. Could you shed light on how skill-based learning encourages a culture of lifelong learning, which is crucial for an individual to remain adaptable and competitive in an ever-evolving knowledge economy?
Thank you for your question. I would like to answer it by saying that skills are going to be with us lifelong. No learning ever goes waste. Even though we don't know what the future will look like, we can use the skills similar to what we are learning today. There are a lot of variety of skills from which we can choose from in the new Education Policy 2020, and no skill will ever go to waste. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Up next, I would like to invite the second participant of Team L to present their views against the motion.
Putting all your eggs in one basket is never a wise gamble. Greetings everyone. I, Yashveer, am standing here to air my views on the topic. Will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? I agree that skill-based learning is pivotal, but I do not believe that it is enough to transform India into a knowledge economy. To transform India into a knowledge economy, we need to take a more holistic approach to education that includes both skill training as well as the ability to adapt to the rapidly changing world. As Jean Piaget iterates, the goal of education is not just to increase knowledge, but to create possibilities for a child to discover, to create men who are capable of doing new things. In today's fast-changing world, when every day we hear some new innovation and some new technology replacing the older ones, skills are becoming outdated at an alarming rate. Look at coding. In one day and out the other. So lifelong learners is what we have to become in order to create a workforce that is agile, quick, and eager to learn. Another important aspect is investment in research and development, which also has to increase if we are to innovate and deliver cutting-edge technology to the world. Several brilliant minds from India like Ajay Bhatt and Sameer Bhatia have delivered technological advancements like USB and Hotmail. But it pains me to say that they had to resort to work for other MNCs instead of working for their own country. This is due to a lack of investment in research and development. So this knowledge migration has to stop. This may be done by increased investment in research and development and better policies that encourage entrepreneurship. With initiatives like Stand Up India, Aspire, and many more, our government has indicated that it aligns with our thought process. Moving on. Let me paint a scenario. There is a butcher and then there is a surgeon. One can't argue that both have excellent knife skills. But God forbid, when in need of a surgery, which one would you prefer? I leave you to ponder on this. Skills in isolation are not enough. In fact, one needs knowledge up to a certain extent to learn any new skill. So let us not make haste in discarding our traditional education system. It may have its flaws, like focusing on rote memorization. But let us not forget, it has also proven its effectiveness. The Silicon Valley was flooded with Indians during the Y2K crisis, and it is a proof of just that. Also, we do not know what the careers of the future are going to look like. Some like to believe that they haven't even been invented yet. So how do we plan to mitigate these challenges? Well, skilling is not the answer. It perhaps lies in our traditional education system, which provides us with the foundational knowledge of all the subjects. Because if we have the basics, we might be in a better position to change our fields and carry on. Another advantage is that sometimes one might not be able to make the wise decision of choosing the subject that they want to study. With time, they might realize that their interest lies elsewhere. So in such a situation, having a strong foundation definitely helps. In the same breath, I would also like to give soft skills and life skills their due place of importance. Our NEP 2020 has focused on them, and it is indeed a step in the right direction. But let's not forget, skill plays but a supporting role. Just as wise investors diversify their portfolios to ensure resilience, a country seeking transformation into a knowledge economy must embrace a multifaceted strategy. A comprehensive approach is the need of the hour, focusing on innovation, research, and entrepreneurship, which will ultimately propel us into becoming a truly dynamic and thriving knowledge economy. As our missile man, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam aptly stated, when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is fully lit, economy flourishes. So with this, I would like to rest my case. Thank you.
Now I would like to request the interjector of Team A to pose questions to Team L.
Your advocacy for skill-based learning not much important and knowledge-based learning is important was compelling. But as we all are aware that one of the challenges in knowledge economy is ensuring the equal access to opportunities. How India can ensure equal access to opportunities and resources without a strong base of skills that can help in uplifting the minority communities?
Thank you for your question. I would like to answer this by saying that skills, while essential, are only form a foundation. So we need to take a more holistic approach towards education. We should not completely disregard our traditional education system. We should keep some aspects of it that are beneficial. And to provide education to all, several policies like NEP 2020 and many more to come will help provide education to all. Remember, my friend, along with right education is key. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. Could you address the concerns that de-emphasizing skill-based learning might lead to a lack of immediate employability for a significant portion of population, especially in a developing country like India?
Thank you for your question. I would like to answer this by saying that I don't believe that we should discourage skill-based learning. I believe that we should take a holistic approach, including both skill-based learning and our traditional model of education. Our skill-based learning will surely provide employability, but will it actually help in our transformation into a knowledge economy? It will surely help in increasing our GDP. So with this, I would like to rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very insightful answer.
What a thought-provoking debate. With this, we have now reached the culmination of our deliberations. As our esteemed judges review and compile the results, I invite you to take a brief refreshment break to unwind and connect with fellow participants and audience members. Thank you.
आपको टेबल चाहिए या नहीं यहाँ पे यही चाहिए ना बस बाकी और तो कुछ नहीं चाहिए ना मैं आपको नहीं अरे आगे से
बताओ क्या नाम है
सर ये बताइए मैम मेरे पास भी नहीं आया अभी तक नाम
सर हाँ जी अपना मैच करा तुम चेक करो
आप एक बार ये लिखो जरा
जैसे हो रहा है वैसे ठीक है मैं उसके अकॉर्डिंग रख लूँगा परमानेंट है क्या
मेरा भी देख अलवर बठिंडा
सर
जस्ट अ मिनट सर हिसार ये निकले हम टमाटर जयपुर आ गया ना मेरा पीछे जयपुर आ गया लालगढ़ जट्टा मेरा पीछे जयपुर भी मेरा पीछे रह गया हाँ मेरा आगे लगाना था आई ये दो के साथ मिक्स श्रीनगर और सूरतगढ़ श्री गंगानगर एंड सूरतगढ़
पहले इंग्लिश है हिंदी है
पहले हिंदी सर सर एंड से क्या मेरा भी टेबल पे अब मुझे जजेस का प्लीज अच्छा दिनेश ये मुझे बताओ ये बेस्ट है ये हाँ जी ये बेस्ट है
सरप्राइज के साथ
ये वो कर रहे हैं।
मैं भी ट्राई करती हूँ पटना से नीचे चल के करते बेटे बेटे मैम इसको आगे ठीक है इसको प्लीज उठा दो
सेम है
थोड़ा इधर
अगर आ गया ना इसके ऊपर तो देख लेना इस पे आएगा तो पोडियम में जो बोलता है तो इसमें नेक लगा दें क्या बड़ा वाला एक उसको छोटा पड़ जाएगा अरे नहीं यार बहुत नहीं नहीं तो बड़ा होना चाहिए उसके लिए बच्चियों के लिए लग जाएगा चलेगा तो मेरा वाला लगा दो मतलब वाला अपने वाले रखो
मन्नत मूंगा, ठीक है, इंटरजेक्टर।
मन्नत मूंगा जाएगा, फिर अगेंस्ट जाएगा। ठीक है, फिर 4 जाएगा।
यहाँ से नहीं हटेगा मैं।
फिर टीम।
फिर टीम। अच्छा सर, ये 3
मेरे
जाने के
हाथ भी
बाद,
करवाने हैं।
हाँ ठीक है सर, ये मैं आपको बता रही हूँ पहले। शुरू में ये 3 तो हो जाएंगे। टीम का नाम इन्होंने पहले टीम 3 जयपुर आई, जो तीसरे नंबर पे।
हाँ ठीक है, फिर 2 आएगी,
फिर टीम 1 आएगी।
हाँ तो 1 को देना है।
1 को देना।
ओके, तो मैं इधर यहाँ खड़ा हो जाऊँ,
वो आप यहाँ खड़े
बता दूंगा मैं।
बता।
ठीक है, ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ऐसे ही इंग्लिश में होगा। पहले इंटरजेक्टर जाएगा,
इंटरजेक्टर, देन अगेंस्ट द मोशन,
अगेंस्ट द मोशन,
फॉर द मोशन,
फॉर द मोशन,
देन टीम।
देन टीम जाएगा। ठीक है सर?
ठीक है, हो गया।
हो गया?
बस पीछे। ठीक है।
ये मैम सोनिया मैम का है,
हाँ, नहीं,
हिसाब से लगवा दो, बिकॉज फिर बाद में मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आ रही क्या
सीमा मैम,
उस वक्त बोलने के बाद हम कहाँ ढूंढेंगे, है ना? लाइन से लगे होंगे तो
लाइन से लगा दिए। ये हिंदी का है,
ये बेस्ट
ये इंग्लिश का
इंटरजेक्टर
भी
है।
जो जस्ट अनाउंस हो जाए तो मैं भर के सब दे दूँगा।
अच्छा ये बेस्ट इंटरजेक्टर है।
Then best speaker for
Best
the
speaker for the motion, against the motion, for the
for the motion, then best team। best team तब जाएगी, पहले नंबर 3 आएगी, फिर 2 आएगी, फिर 1 आएगी।
2 और 1 का क्या है?
उनका चेक नहीं
चेक नहीं, ठीक, ये तो मेरे को समझ में आ
और
गया।
इनका सिमिलरली सेम ऐसे इसमें
Same
रहेगा,
इसमें,
बट
English
ये
का
कि अभी इंग्लिश का अनाउंस हो जाए तब
नाम भर के
बता। ठीक है जी। और मेरे को ये है ना, ये जस्ट जो भी आता है ना वो आप अनाउंस के टाइम पे बता दीजिए, क्योंकि अगर सब अपना ए बी से सारे तो कोई प्रॉब्लम बाद में साइन नहीं जा सकता, बट अगर बाहर का स्कूल है तो साइन भी नहीं। तो मन्नत है हाजिर का,
उसका साइन देना, ठीक है।
सोनिया, सोनिया, सोनिया नेहरा। मेरा मैम तो मेरे लिए निकलता नहीं। ये लिख लो, तो सेम रखा मैंने, बेस्ट इंटरजेक्टर, अगेंस्ट, टीम 3, टीम 2, टीम 1। अच्छा जब ये टीम 3 आएगी तो मैं 3 ट्रॉफी भेजूँ या एक करके भेजूँ? इसलिए क्यों आएगा 3 में, तो क्यों जाएगा? दोनों में जाएगी, टीम 3 की 3 हो जाएगी, टीम 2 की 3 हो जाएगी।
छोटा तीर जो सके कमान से, जा लागे जित लगना, चोरी।
तीन टीम तो मैंने निकाल दी, एक का तो साथ ही चला गया, बाकी तो टीम जाएगा तो कम्बाइंड नंबर, तो नहीं हो जाएगा। ये वहाँ मत दियो मैम, आपको मैं बता रही हूँ, आप कहेंगे ये भी आपको बता इसी सीक्वेंस में बोलना है सोनिया। ठीक है, कहीं पता चले कि तू बोले कि मेरे को राइटिंग समझ में नहीं आई, अलवर का घोर बोल दिया। मैम लैंग्वेज डांस मैम, ये तो सेट ये पार्टिसिपेट, हाँ वो भी कह रहे हैं कि स्टेज पे देंगे।
क्या जगना।
बोलते ना कि सिंपल कर दो, वहाँ बैठे बैठे दे दो। काट रही हो हाँ जो भी अनाउंस हो जाएगा ठीक है उसका इंग्लिश हो गया फर्स्ट और जो कॉमन होगा तो उसका कॉमन ठीक है सर आपका टिकट अच्छा आपका पहले ये हो जाएगा
हिंदी का इंटरजेक्टर अगेंस्ट इमोशन फॉर इमोशन बेस्टिंग
जब रोलिंग ट्रॉफी आएगी तब देना
द बेस्टिंग
तब मैं हूँ नहीं
इंग्लिश में नाम ला
Yes, ma'am.
I request everybody to please take their seats. Sir, with your permission, shall we start? Today is the big day to think how far flung we have come and how far do we have to go. Along with multifarious struggles and triumphs, there is much more to thrive and much more to show. Let's rejoice in the majestic journey this establishment had up to now. Let's raise a toast to make it even better. Let's take a vow. Once again, I welcome our well-acclaimed chief guest and guest of honor, all treasured judges and invitees, revered teachers, and of course, our participants and students.
Dance is the joy of moment, heart of life, and hidden language of soul. So let us rejoice ourselves. Let us enjoy the dance performance by the students of APSSR.
छोटा तीर जो सके कमान से जा लागे जित लगना चोरी लिखी है भाग में तेरे तो क्या सोना क्या जगना
हो सावते सुहा रंग सबके नसीब दा
सावत सुहा रंग नसीब दा खेले दुख सुख आँख मिचोली हो
तेरे सुख दुख आँख में चोली
जी मैं तू जा मैं तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू जी मैं तू जा मैं तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू
ओ सावत सुहा रंग सबके नसीब दा खेले दुख सुख आँख में चोरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी
यारा रंग है उसका निहारा मेरा
मुर्शिद खेले होरी
प्याला जी
संसारा मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी प्याला छिड़के अपने कर्म का प्याला छिड़के अपने कर्म का रंग दे सब संसारा हो इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा तेरे इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा तेरे इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा जाने तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू जीने तू जाने तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू उसकी रंगत मेरी आदत उसकी चाहत के होने से सब सलामत है उसकी नजरों से सबकी बरकत है बरकत नाच नसीबा तारीफ जिसके हाथ है जिसके डोरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी प्याला छिड़के अपने कर्म का प्याला छिड़के अपने कर्म का रंग दे सब संसारा हो इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा तेरे इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा इश्क दा रंग है न्यारा तेरे इश्क दा रंग है उसके रहम से सब कुछ रंगिया उसकी नेमत से जग सजिया कहीं घाटों पे फूल बिखराए कहीं अश्कों के बीच मुस्काए कहीं घाटों पे फूल बिखराए कहीं अश्कों के बीच मुस्काए कहीं पलकों पे ख्वाब सजाए कहीं रातों से नींद उड़ाए कहीं बादल कहीं बरखा कहीं वखरा कहीं सदखा रूप स्वरूप पे ना जा उसके शब्द अनेक है एक है बोली मेरा मुर्शिद खेले होरी मेरा मुर्शिद खेले हो यारा रंग है उसका न्यारा मेरा मुर्शिद खेले हो जीने तू जामे तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू जीने तू जामे तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू जीवे तू जामे तू मेरे सारे जहां में तू जीवे तू जामे तू
Mesmerizing performance. Today, we are having brilliant students who competed in a debate competition and share their views on the topic Will skill-based learning transform India into a knowledge economy? And had beautifully and confidently put across their viewpoints. The arguments put forth were actually illuminating, provoking our thoughts and compelling us to think what is the best way out and leaving us to ponder upon the topic more.
Fact of the matter is we think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness. Without these qualities, life will be violent and all will be lost.
We, the people, have the power to make this place a beautiful place to live in, to make it a paradise. So, in the name of democracy, let us use this power, let us all unite and make this soil a paradise to live in.
Now comes the much-awaited moment. It's the time for the results, and to announce the same, we call our worthy teacher, Mrs. Sonia Nehra.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Well, for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and ideas. And for all these, debate is the right platform that helps in developing and dwelling essential skills in students. Debate platform helps to build confidence, foster collaboration, and of course, respect for their peers. Through debate training, students learn to communicate confidently and effectively. Will skill-based learning, the talk of the town, transform India into a knowledge economy? Success in life is the result of good judgment, and good judgment, of course, comes with a lot of experience. So with this, let me invite on stage our worthy judge, Mrs. Shami Nagpal, to please come and share her inputs about the debate competition and our participants.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of my co-judges, Mrs. Manju Mehta and Dr. Nirmal Bura, would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to General and Mrs. Shah, the patron of the school, and Brigadier and Mrs. Sood, the chairman of the school, Principal, Madam Kavita Jakhar, the staff, and the students. Thank you very much for making us a part of this event. I, being associated with an educational institution, know how hard and how difficult it is to organize such events. But it becomes an absolute joy when the event that you have organized goes as perfectly as your planning was. So for that, I'd like to congratulate the principal and her very, very efficient staff. Now coming to the competition. Okay, before that, since I have been asked to make observations, so I'll take a few seconds more. It was a total joy when I walked inside the auditorium to see all those beautiful quotes and beautiful posters outside on debates. And starting from the hospitality and the decoration, and all the teachers, so efficient in preparing the judgment sheets, and so quickly, the timekeepers, of course, the HOD English, on whose shoulders has, I know, lies all the responsibility, to the announcers, to managing the stage, everything was done very well, so I congratulate you all once again. Now coming to the competition, as far as the topic is concerned, it is extremely thought-provoking. For any person like me and you all, we'll say, yes, we need both, we need skill and we need knowledge. So I'm not going to say anything about the topic, but I know it must have been a very difficult task for each one of the participants to present the views and, take a side with one of them, either the skill or the knowledge. And for me, I'm not saying it just for the sake of saying it, each one of you who participated and stood here and faced the audience is a winner. Beta, it takes a lot of guts to come and speak here. So some of you, yes, will take the prizes away. The others may not. But just believe in yourself. You've all done your best and you are all wonderful students who are going to go places. As far as the judgment is concerned, it was a very difficult task. And if you look at our sheets, I think it's just a 0.5 here and 0.5 there for all these students, most of them. Some of you spoke very well, but went weak on the answering the rebuttal questions. The others were not as strong speakers, but were very powerful, as far as the rebuttal questions were concerned. My only request to all the participating teams and the teachers who have accompanied them is that can we have the interjection questions more natural and spontaneous instead of preparing them beforehand? That is the only observation that I have to make. And not to forget how the program ended with this beautiful dance. So thank you, Cultural Department. Thank you, all the girls, for making the stage so lively. And with this, I thank you all once again. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So true, ma'am. As far as judgment is concerned, as you yourself said, that probably it would have been a difficult job here, because judging a well-researched crowd, well-researched student, it makes the task difficult. So let me announce the results. In fact, before announcing the results, I would just say one thing. My compliments to all the participants, to all the teams, to all the staff members, and to all the schools. With this, I would just say one thing. Winners are, of course, the winners, but for the participants, I'll say, I shall participate, I shall contribute, and in doing so, I am a gainer. With this, I take opportunity in announcing the result of today's Southwestern Command Inter-APS English Debate Competition. So let's put our hand together, first of all, for the interjector. After all, interjector is the person who puts the oratory skills into a thinking mode. Best interjector for the Inter-APS English Debate Competition goes to APS Shri Ganganagar. Best speaker against the motion is again backed by Shri Ganganagar. Let's not break the trail. Best speaker for the motion is again backed by APS Shri Ganganagar. School bagging, third position, APS Alwar. At second position, we have APS Suratgarh. And yes, first position is rightly claimed by APS Shri Ganganagar. With this, I request our Honorable Chief Guest, General Ashish Shah, to please come upon the stage for the prize distribution ceremony. Yesterday, Hindi debate competition was conducted. So let me first take the privilege to announce to carry forward with the prize distribution ceremony of Hindi debate competition. Best interjector for the debate competition goes to Mannat Manga from APS Fazilka. I would request the teacher in charge to please come with the students. So here we have with us the best interjector of Southwestern Command Inter-APS Hindi Debate Competition, Mannat from APS Fazilka. Mannat wins a check amounting rupees 3,000 along with the certificate. Best speaker against the motion is Ms. Tanushri from APS Hisar. She wins a check amounting to rupees 4,000. Let's give her a big hand. Best speaker for the motion Hindi debate competition goes to Miss Wagisha from APS Hisar. Wagisha also wins a check for rupees 4,000. Coming on to school, at position 3, we have APS Jaipur. I would request the team in charge to please come with the students. Team APS Jaipur. Let's welcome the students with a big round of applause. At second position, we have APS Bhatinda. And first position is rightly claimed by APS Hisar. And now it's the time for the rolling trophy we all have been eyeing upon. And the rolling trophy Southwestern Command Inter-School APS Hindi Debate Competition, well claimed by APS Hisar, along with a check amounting to rupees 10,000. Hearty congratulations to all the winner of Southwestern Command Inter APS Hindi Debate Competition. Well, to move ahead with prize distribution ceremony, I'll just say one thing. Students is just a beginning. There are miles to go and miles to go. Moving forward with prize distribution ceremony of Southwestern Command Inter-APS English Debate Competition, the best interjector is rightly claimed by Shri Ganganagar. We are announcing the name of the school since we do not have the name of the students. with the par excellence debating skill, prize for the best speaker against the motion again goes to APS Shri Ganganagar. She wins a trophy and a check amounting to rupees 4,000. And the best speaker for the motion for the debate competition is again Shri Ganganagar. The best speaker for the motion again goes with a check of rupees 4,000. The school bagging third position in Southwestern Command Inter-APS debate competition. At third position we have APS Alwar. We request the team in charge to please come upon with this, along with the students. At second position, we have APS Suratgarh. At first position, we have APS Shri Ganganagar. It seems as if today this stage belonged to Shri Ganganagar. And now finally, the shining trophy, rolling trophy, Southwestern Command, Inter-APS, English debate competition, rightly claimed by Shri Ganganagar. It takes a lot of courage to be on the stage. So I would say, don't let your fear of failing triumph over the joy of participating, as I personally believe that conflicts and participations will take you to a higher notch. With this, I request Team Abohar, along with their teacher in charge, to please come upon the stage for receiving the participation certificate. Next in line, we have Team APS Bikaner to please come upon the stage for the participation certificate. Now we have Team Bikaner on stage with us. Next in line is Team APS Faridkot. We can welcome our participants with a big round of applause. After all, they have been delivering a lot of educative stuff to us. Now I request Team APS Fazilka to please line up for coming upon the stage. Next, I would request Team APS Kota to please come upon the stage. Last not but the least, I request Team APS Lalgarh Jatta to please come upon the stage. Judge, even when free, is not free. He is not a knight errant roaming at will in the pursuit of his own ideal of goodness. He draws his inspiration from consecrated principles and debates and arguments. We hope that the team of our esteemed judges would have also enjoyed the debating skills of the students from various APS. On behalf of Team APS SR, I thank all the esteemed judges for acting as a judge in our oratorical contest. Your time and dedication made it possible for us to reward students for their debating skills. With this, I request our judge number 1, Dr. Shami Nagpal, to please come upon the stage and accept a token of appreciation. Now I request Dr. Neelam Bura, our judge number 2 of the event, to please accept a small token of appreciation. Finally, I request Dr. Manju Mehta, our esteemed judge number 3, to please come upon stage. Now I request our chief guest of the event, General Ashish Shah, patron APSSR, to please say a few words for us.
Later on. Revered teachers, judges, and loving students, Jai Hind. I've been watching your debate on the YouTube yesterday and today physically also over the last 2 days. And I must confess that each one of you rocked. My compliments to all the 12 school teams, each and every participating student, and to the mentoring teacher, including parents who have been part and parcel of this journey that you all undertook collectively about 30 days back. They say in the order of 10 most common and dreaded phobias, public speaking stands second to only death. And you children have overcome this second most dreaded phobia of this world with complete alacrity. Debating or public speaking is an advanced educational skill. It is amongst the most valuable weapons in your armory as future leaders, and is the most important attribute seen in a leader. Whether he or she commands 10 men or 10 billion. You may have a PhD or a degree from an IIT, MIT, or AIMS, but to be a good leader amongst those engineers or the doctors, you have to be able to communicate, and those who are gifted with these attributes are the ones who are going to be the shaker and mover of our country and the organizations where you would be serving in the years ahead. In the story of our growing up, all elders who are here would agree that there was this dichotomy, at least it was when I was in school, whether to be part of a debate team, a quiz team, or a sports team, or to focus purely on academics. I'm sure that is even true today. But as I sit back and look on the yesteryears, I think what you have chosen today will be of tremendous advantage in the years that lie ahead. As I believe you can only attempt public speaking if you have the 3 C's: clarity, confidence, and courage. Clarity of the subject, confidence in self, and the courage to overcome the fear of throwing yourself open to scrutiny of hundreds which were seated in front of you today. Even for the armed forces, during the service selection boards or the interview which we all appear, they see your leadership skills in communicating your viewpoint. And the same is true for civil services or your campus interview in colleges which you would undertake in some years ahead. So dear participants, you already have a heads up from the rest. You've had this rich experience and a rare privilege to closely have the mentorship by dedicated teachers who would have been critical and sometimes corrective in honing your skill sets. So congratulations to you all for this precious, rare privilege and a big takeaway that you take home today. In the end, I would say, do well in your academics, and I wish you all great success in life ahead. God bless. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies, officers, judges, teachers, and dear students, as a token of appreciation for the hard work put in by the students in preparing for this debate competition, 33 Armored Division would like to present a gold medal to the winners. May I now request Major General Ashish Shah, General Officer Commanding 33 Armored Division, to please present the gold medal to the winners. Starting with the Hindi debate category, Best Interjector, Miss Mannat Monga, APS Fazalka. Best Speaker for the motion, Miss Vagisha, APS Hisar. Best Speaker against the motion, Miss Tanushri, APS Hisar. In the English debate category, Best Interjector, Master Deori Pratik Mahinder, APS Shri Ganganagar. Best Speaker for the motion, Miss Kritika Narang, APS Ganganagar. And Best Speaker against the motion, Miss Namita, APS Ganganagar. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, I would just like to share a personal belief of mine. Important growth does not happen when you are meditating on a yoga mat. It happens in the midst of conflict, when you are frustrated, angry, or scared, and then you suddenly realize that you have a choice to do it differently. With this, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our guests of honor and panel of judges who have taken time out of their busy schedules to grace this occasion with their presence. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our teachers who have been the guiding lights, imparting wisdom and knowledge and nurturing the talents. I would also like to thank the management of the school for their unwavering support, which has been instrumental in making the event a success. Finally, I would like to say that this event would not have been possible without the support and hard work of each and every one of you. On behalf of APS Hisar family, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Excuse me, all the teams should take their moment order from me. Please don't go without taking it.